Testing 1, 2, 3. I think I'm live. It's no starting soon screen. It's just me here this time. Hold on, wait. Let me see if I can chat. Pull the chat up. This is so funny. Yeah, I don't know. I was like, why do a starting soon screen when you can switch it up? Scare people. Don't give them 5 minutes to join. Just start immediately. Activate selected. Okay, great. Hey everybody, thus far, how are we doing? I'm gonna close, actually I'm not gonna close anything, or everything's gonna disappear. Yeah. Someone said you're live and we can hear you. Okay, good, that's all I ask for. All I ask for is just being live and hopefully people hearing me. Oh my gosh, it's Saturday, where I'm at anyway. And yeah, we have just a chill stream today. Someone said I'm scarily early. You are. Jump scare, no intro. Yeah, no intro today. I was like, you know what? We got to switch it up. You can't get used to the streams. Yeah, I thought it was late. No, don't worry. It was just me being weird. It was just me doing something strange for no reason. Someone said happy Saturday, Diva. Why, thank you. Oh my gosh. Someone said, what's the Dean Withers situation? I don't know off the top of my head. I'm glad you're back from taking a mental health break. Well, I appreciate that. I am also glad that I'm back from taking a mental health break. But funnily enough, because of that, that's why I don't have a single main topic for you all today, because I'm going to be honest. Hold on, let me look at some of the things that I've been talking about recently. Let me look at a few of these things. I'm pulling up my content. Oh yeah, okay. So we talked about Jelly Roll being Maga, and then before that, we talked about Kimberly Vanderbeek being Maga. And then before that, we talked about Wuthering Heights, which was actually a little bit more fun. And then it was like the dude who fake kidnapped his dog. But then before that, it was like Bad Bunny and who was mad at him, Maga. And then Melania Trump and her Maga BS. And I was like, okay. I woke up today and I'm like, listen. I'm okay to keep doing this for sure, but there definitely does also just have to be times where I'm like, you know what? I don't care that there's more horrific, conservative adjacent political news that we could talk. Someone said Maga fatigue. I have Maga fatigue today. Actually, I really do. And I still have a topic coming out that I'll probably go over on, Monday, as I usually do, not on the live stream, but just as a video. I might just record it off stream. But yeah, I woke up today and I looked at my outlines that I had, the various ones, and I'm like, dude, there has been so much political focus recently, and it's like, that's good. I'm glad that we can talk about these things and I'm not alienating my audience or whatever, but like, brother, I don't want to stream today talking about these things, but I did still want to stream today, and I was like, it's my channel, I can talk about whatever I want. Someone said I haven't been watching lives because of all the Maga fatigue. That's fine. What can you do? Honestly, commentary. Wait, someone said when you first came back, you said you were going to stay lighthearted, and I've been watching you slowly get sucked back into the depressing political stuff, and I'm very happy you're self-aware of it. I've been trying to be self-aware of it. I think it's really tricky, though, because commentary is just political now. Or, these are my thoughts. I feel like your commentary is either political or deeply surface level, which I'm not interested in doing. I guess I could vaguely talk about Bad Bunny and be like, oh, this is a really enormous pop culture moment. That was the biggest pop culture moment of that week, I think, when I put up that video. So many people were talking about Bad Bunny at Super Bowl. If I tried to come into it non-depressingly, it would kind of just be like, oh yeah, people are mad at this guy for some reasons that I don't want to super get into because they suck. And I don't know, I've had to, for the sake of it being good and complete content, really get into some of this stuff, and that's just where we're at now. It's not always the easiest thing to do, and I'm not complaining about it, but yeah, I don't know. That's also, by the way, why I'm always looking for topics too that are not strictly related to these things, but this is where people are. Someone said, I feel like it's hard not to be. Yeah, it's just hard for it not to be. I think the vast majority of things that people are upset about right now are political, and that's understandable. People are correct to be in this mindset. But yeah, when you when you are trying to approach it lighthearted while still talking about things that people actually care to click into, it gets really tricky. It gets really tricky. Reading chat. Someone says as long as you're taking care of your mental health. Yeah. Oh, someone mentioned figure skaters. The Olympics is ending today, I believe. And I'm going to do a video about the Olympics next week. And I think that should be fun because I've just been taking notes. There's been all kinds of interesting things happening. Some of them great, some of them not good at all. And I think the Winter Olympics would be a great topic. Some say it's just these times, man. It really is. Yeah, no, I think I notice a lot of people. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where to put the fatigue. So I just move past it the same way everybody else does. It's not just me. You know what I mean? I'm not uniquely affected by this, but this is what people care about. I think like when I started YouTube, we were just a little less tapped in, locked in. People were definitely just more willing to create and consume content that doesn't strictly matter. And I still personally believe that like pointless content is really, really, really important. Sometimes nowadays, actually, when I talk about things that are not actually serious and don't matter, I get not like pushback, but I'll see the sentiment of people being like, I don't think this situation mattered at all. And I think that's easy to say when you look at a lot of my videos and they're about things like what is happening with ICE or, you know, people's thoughts on this. And if I do upload a video and I'm like, oh, people were mad at this guy in the red carpet because, you know, he was rude to somebody in email 7 years ago. It's like, I don't know exactly how to convey to people that I'm also totally fine just keeping it lighthearted. But I do think like commentary in general has had the aesthetic of every single thing that we talk about being so deeply important, allegedly, even though most of the content I posted to the internet doesn't matter. It's only recently. I feel like it's only recently that the content I've created has leaned into things that matter because that's where people are. You got to meet people where they're at. And even at that, my content still doesn't matter. I am completely like, I don't know. It's okay. I woke up with weird thoughts today. And that's why I was like, instead of like powering through those for like a topic, we can just talk about a bunch of things and it'll be great. Someone said post on the main channel already. That may happen at some point this year, but not anytime within the next 6 months. Talk about Andrew Schultz. I have a video about Andrew Schultz. No, I have 2 videos about Andrew Schultz. They were pretty good though. They were pretty good. Someone said, can you talk about why pointless content matters? Yeah. Dude, I've talked about this before, but like how to word this. Okay, work with me, chat, because we're getting messy. I just made a video just now. Yesterday, I put up a video about how like it's pretty cowardly to completely shy away from any sort of political anything. People actually asking you about this and you being like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. That doesn't make any sense when it's really easy to just make it clear what you believe, right? However, I think this issue gets very conflated with the idea that there are no possible spaces left on the internet where you can actually just chill and take a break. Crazy notion. You can take a break from politics. You actually can have not an apolitical stream, but like you could just be like, that's not what I want to focus on today. And that's how I feel today. Like, but it's to the point where people react so strongly to this that it's like, I have to be careful what I'm saying. If I come on stream and I'm like, oh, I don't really want to talk about politics today, I hope people don't ignore me making a video saying, oh, this is what I think about Bad Bunny, and people being mad at him because they were misunderstanding where Puerto Rico is and the mixism of xenophobia and racism. This is what I think about Melania Trump's documentary. Like, this is what I think about Maga, Make America Healthy. And I have to talk about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Kristi Noem and all of these people. And like, to me, it's literally just a break. It's just a break because I don't know. It's still okay to do that. If I wanted to talk about, I don't know, video games this entire stream, like, that's not immoral. It's not an immoral thing. I definitely noticed too. Also, one thing that really bothers me, and I see this a lot because I have to be in a lot of comment sections to learn things, is like everything nowadays gets linked back to be. Someone said sports betting could be a topic. Dude, that's literally what my topic is about. That's literally what my Monday's video is, and I have an outline in progress for it, but we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, no, what was I saying? Oh, I feel like nowadays whenever I open any sort of anything, you get the main thing that people are talking about, and it could be as simple as like, oh, I like this thing, and then you just wait until somebody posts a comment explaining why it's like problematic. you're like oh, I'm making up a person right now. I really like the famous sculpture artist Jill Schmill. I think she's great. And then somebody in the comment section, like clockwork, will be like, what about that one time in 1991 when Jill Schmill actually said that she, I don't know, made some sort of weird statement about the LGBT community, right? And then like, me personally, I'm not somebody who thinks it's wrong to bring up things like this, but sometimes it can even get hard to enjoy things when I'm always waiting for someone to expose Jill Schmill. There's this, I don't know. Sometimes I don't want to know immediately. I'll never be able to explain how, like, I do think it's important to know things, but not all the time. And maybe not in every comment section. I don't know, man. That's just me though. Someone said I literally can only consume the news through comedy, otherwise I get depressed. You definitely should get, it should be like upsetting is how I feel, but some people, I don't know, they can just endlessly consume it. Somebody said, how do people just know these niche things? That's what gets me too. Like, as a knower of niche things, sometimes I'm shook of like, wow, is there just like a global database? Is there a global database, man? This is wild. Someone said I miss your bald head. It's still bald. I was bald like 2 videos ago, I think. I was bald in my ad read for yesterday's video. Reading chat. Someone said there's a real conflict resolution crisis. People calling out is good, but no one knows the next step. Well, I think the thing is too, and sorry, this is kind of like a weird floaty idea, but one thing I've noticed as I've gotten older is there oftentimes is no next step. When I was younger and very deeply, no immediate next step. When I was younger and just like upset at everything, I think mostly my ire was coming from the fact of like, what do I immediately do to like fix this? But some things take a while to fix, or sometimes answers are just really, really like unsatisfactory. If I can get someone say you're not bald anymore, bro, I'm so bald. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna remain bald for a while. Let me tell you this. I don't plan on growing out my hair. It's getting warmer as well, so I'm especially not growing out my hair. But yeah, no, you just have to sit with it. Knowledge is power, but too much knowledge is dangerous. Well, you don't want to like I don't want to like advocate against knowledge, just like but that's okay. That has literally been too much talk about me and how I'm feeling. It's not important. The way I feel about the things I'm talking about is literally just, I don't know, like an asterisk next to the things that I'm actually talking about, which I think are the bigger issues for sure. Reading chat. I keep my hair shaved all the time and it's just so freeing. Yeah, no. I seem happier than a year ago. I am genuinely happier than a year ago. Someone said, I like the lighthearted topics because I can't stop myself from being an SJW and arguing with bigoted people, then I get triggered and depressed. No, dude, sometimes it's nice that there's no like deeper element to things that are not that deep. Bring that back, please. Oh my God. Reading chat. Please, can someone answer me where D'Angelo's accent is from? It doesn't sound like the South. It sounds Caribbean, and it's so nice. Please confirm. I have a non-regional United States American accent. That's all. I don't have an accent that sounds like it's from a specific place. I just generally sound like I'm from the United States. But yeah, I grew up in Texas, currently live in North Carolina, have never lived anywhere else for any extended period of time. I think the reason I don't sound Southern maybe to most people is because there's like a sliding scale of Southern accent, and I'm very, very much like so far towards one end of it. But yeah, no, I have an American accent. I don't know what to say. It's not any deeper than that. And someone said, did the stream just start? It started 15 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Any top tier things that have contributed to your happiness? Yes. I was going to say something and then I immediately thought about how like it's also still kind of problematic. But like, short answer, yes. Nintendo recently released a new version of a video game that I've been a fan of since I was a child 10 years ago. So I'm really 11 years ago. So I'm really excited about that, right? Got a Switch 2 edition of Xenoblade Chronicles X, which is meaningless to the majority of you, but just know it's a cool game that I've played a lot. 100 hours, 200, 300, 400. But like, then I start thinking about Nintendo in general, and I'm just like, oh god, they suck so bad. So if someone's like, oh, what's making you happy? I don't want to blurt out Nintendo, this awful, corporation with their horrible anti-consumer, anti-person business practices. So it's like things like that. Honestly, I just enjoy sometimes like temporarily not having to think about things. Like, how do you be happy about things that still suck? It's really tricky. Someone said the curse of wokeness. I mean, I don't know. There's this tweet that used to get made fun of a lot. Here, I'm gonna try to find it, but I just realized I didn't even turn my computer on. But it said something along the lines of like, I'm going to misquote it. But someone had either tweeted or put on Tumblr something along the lines of like, people think, being woke is great or whatever, but it's actually, here, I'm going to find it. Unconscious in conscious society meme image. I'm never going to be able to find it. Hold on. Maybe I think I switched those around. Conscious in an unconscious society meme. Okay, sorry, chat. I can't find it. But a few years ago, this Tumblr post went viral when somebody said, like, people think being woke is all fun and games, but it's actually really exhausting being conscious in an unconscious society. And people were making fun of that because they were like, that's so pretentious. We hate woke people, blah, 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 blah. But like, that person was right. I'm never going to be able to find that meme, but that person was correct. I don't think it's pretentious to say that at all. I don't think that means you think that you're better than other people or, oh, I found it right here. I found it. Yeah. Okay. It's this person right here, Ebony Davis, saying people think it's fun and cool to be woke. LOL, it's actually pretty awful and frustrating being conscious in an unconscious society. Depending on who got their hands on this one. People were either real mad at that but I was one of those people like, I know what she's saying. And then of course people were just taking any and every opportunity to drag black people for using the word woke. But yeah, no, like, I think that we've all gotten more conscious lately, somewhat. Which I appreciate, but it definitely doesn't take away that like tiresome factor. Someone said that person was so right. They were so right. They were right and they should have said it, but having good takes is an easy way to get people to hate you randomly. It's kind of funny. People just don't want to hear certain words. Oh, you know what mistake I made? Oh, someone said fellow Ebony. Ebony is a great name. You know what mistake I made? I went on Jubilee's channel. It was a mistake. Okay. I know a lot of people do like Jubilee reaction video type things, which I have done maybe one of. I try not to. I hate this channel. I hate this channel. Okay. I remember reacting to a video on here about homeschooling. And that was still a good video. I'm still happy I did it because I actually had a point. It wasn't just pure rage bait. Like every single Jubilee video is just absolute rage bait. But yeah, recently I thought back about that homeschool video I made because I was like, I still got a good point about that. I wonder if there's anything on here. And I clicked into one of these videos right here. And I was like, this channel sucks. Oh my God, it's so bad. So Jubilee is just slop at this point. No, because it's like, okay, like, what is the point of this content? And I understand the point of this content. I'm not a dummy. I know what the point of the content is. It's the exact same reason I clicked into one of these videos, because I was like, oh, I want to see people arguing. I want to see people having completely like contrasting opinions or whatever. But like when half of the people in the Jubilee videos, their opinion is like deport all Spanish speakers, and you take 20 of these people and put them against one person who's saying like, oh, actually maybe don't do that because that's insane. What is actually the point of this content, man? It's a no for me, dog. Some said I liked middle ground. I'm sure they have good videos on the channel. I'm sure they have good videos on the channel. It's just the ones specifically that tend to go hella viral. Like, it's a mess for me. Some said they fell off so hard. Whether they were ever on is up for debate, but still, yeah. No, I'm not gonna do any Jubilee reaction content. I don't know if y'all have noticed in general, I've been trying not to do like too much reaction content in general, because again, it's that thing where I've just started thinking about what is the point of some of this content existing in the first place. And yes, me signal boosting it could be really interesting and we could have a conversation about it. But lately I've been clicking into things and I'm like, why did you make that video? Why did you write this article? Why are you interested in us having this conversation? Like, here's another example of a topic that I saw a couple weeks ago and I just completely ignored because I'm like, this is infuriating. Gen Z getting dumber. This was floating around. You're getting articles. You have people pushing back and saying, no, kids are not getting dumber. Gen Z, the world's dumbest. Neuroscientist reveals first generation in history to be less intelligent than their parents. I mean, this is from the Daily Mail, but people were talking about this. And I was like, that's not happening. There was only one article I found that made an attempt of connecting essentially the rise in technology in classrooms to some sort of poorer performance on IQ tests. And I'm like, IQ tests have never been an accurate judge of intelligence. And what is the point of doing a study like this, getting people mad, then everyone talks about this and it's back and forth, and I'm just like, I don't know, there's truly only so much rage bait I can take. Someone said divisional generation crap. Yeah, no. And then it's tricky too, because it's like I see people talking about this one thing and I ignore it because I'm like, I feel like that's rage bait. And I see people talking about this other thing and I'm like, this is just depressing. I don't have a good angle on this one, so I set that aside. And then I'm left like, what am I supposed to be talking about on today's stream? Which is why I just went live anyway, just to tell y'all, sometimes I have thoughts in my mind like this. Oh my gosh. So I feel like those are huge generalizations that don't offer anything. Almost every bit of discourse about generations, I feel like, is a useless generalization. It's really stupid. Someone said there's no way to objectively measure the nebulous concept of intelligence either. No, there's definitely not. I agree. Reading chat. Someone said also, didn't they raise Gen Z? Don't get me started on that. Every single generation or group of generations above us trying to say that every new one is the worst one. Listen, Gen Alpha, I don't think things are going well for them, but I don't think it's their fault either. How old is Gen Alpha right now? Let's see. Gen Alpha age. So these are people born... Oh, wait, that's the AI. I don't really want that as an answer. This would essentially be people born between 2013 and 2025. So people who are currently like 12 and under... no, 13 and under... I don't think things are going well for that generation. I don't think anything good is happening with people who are 13 and under. But for me to come on here and be like, oh, these kids suck. Why do I think things are so bad for them right now? 50% of that reason would be people like me making content for the past 10, 15 years, flooding their timelines with all of this garbage and radicalizing people, giving them brain rot, messing up their attention spans. It would be insane for me to ever part, my mouth to say anything negative about what are actually kids. And that's how I feel with a lot of like Gen Z slander of, I'm just like, why are we acting like we were raised in the wild? This is so stupid. Here's a boomer take for you. Take some responsibility. Take some responsibility, please. Someone said my kid is Gen Alpha. He's very intelligent, and I'm worried about their future hard. I think you should be a bit worried. I'm not into like fear mongering in general, but healthy worry over like, are these kids all right? I think that's gonna go a long way, as opposed to just being like, nah, chuck an iPad at them, they'll be fine. They'll be all right. Someone said give the kids a break. Okay, yeah, thank y'all for understanding. Like, oh my God. So yeah, there's a lot of types of content that I've retired. I've also, as you know, retired Reddit content. Now, granted, what my video viewers don't know, we still be doing Reddit content on this stream at least once a month. You know I'm finna hop on Reddit. We've already done it this month, so I'm not doing it again. But you know I'm finna hop on Reddit and purposely fall for some rage bait because it's fun. I enjoy having things in my life that upset me that don't actually matter. However, I retired that form of content because I'm just like, again, why are people writing these posts? Like, it just gets so boring to a point. It's so boring. Someone said, I think the kids are fine. I suppose. I guess it really depends on like the definition of fine. You know what I mean? What does like fine mean? It's an interesting question. It's an interesting question. So we love Reddit. Reddit's kind of soul destroying. The duality of humanity. 2 comments in a row. One says we love Reddit. The second says Reddit's kind of soul destroying. I agree with both. Reddit pisses me off. Reddit pisses me off, which is why I'm only on there limited times or in communities that I already like. But also, I love me some Reddit content. It's hilarious. It's literally hilarious. Someone said, do you ever miss art content? No. No, I don't miss my art content. I am really proud of what I put up, but actually, even attaching the word content after the word art is really depressing. And a large part of the reason I switched over into something that was a little less personal to me, even though this is also very personal to me, is like, now I don't have to draw per se. Like, I have to do my job because I have a job. So yeah, I do have to talk about internet stuff or whatever, but like, it's okay to have to do research and do these things. Having to draw sucks really bad. And it turns drawing into something that is like, I don't know, it's so whack. For me, that was my experience. Maybe some people love art content and the making of it, but I feel like if you corner your average art tuber and ask them like, do you actually enjoy the fact that the majority of your self-expression, you're doing this because you need people to click into your YouTube videos? I didn't. Someone said that's why you low-key never make art your career. Dude, I agree with that. And I don't even know I don't know where that falls on the scale of good to bad advice, but I do feel like if there is some form, sometimes I regret going to college for art. Yes, I feel like if there is some form of creative expression that is deeply important to you, like the kinds of thing that you feel like you're gonna die if you don't do, because that's how I felt about drawing. I felt that strongly. Don't try to pursue that as a career. Keep that feeling inside and keep doing it. It's okay if you're not doing it every single hour of the day. It's okay to have it be your side thing. I think that's actually much, much better than trying to turn it into your main thing, because there's so many ways it can go poorly, man. Someone said on the topic of art, can I use your face to base my OC on? Yes, you may, because I am a public figure. Isn't that so like, weird if you really think about it. I'm not like a famous public figure, but I consider my likeness to essentially be communal property, which, like, no one talks about how weird that is. That's so weird. Like, I've seen artwork of myself before, or things based off of things that I've done, and I like it. I enjoy it. But it's also like, that's so weird. If you were like 10 years ago, like, how do you feel about people using your likeness for other things? I would have been like, my likeness, I don't know what a likeness is, because I never thought about myself as a separate entity from myself. That's like 50% of YouTube is you just considering yourself as a separate entity from yourself. So the myself that you see on YouTube, do whatever you want with that. Go right ahead. Well, you know, within reason. It's so weird. Some say it's hella weird. It's so weird. The same thing happened with my name too, of like D'Angelo, which is my name. Now when people say D'Angelo in real life, I'm like, YouTube mode, this must be someone. Like, I start masking and doing like weird YouTube stuff, and so I've recently been low-key shifting everybody off of my name in real life, because I'm like, if my name means internet, let's just keep it on the internet. We can rock with something else in real life, that way I'm never having to like separate who was doing what for who. Reading chat. Someone said, D'Angelo, your YouTube goes triple platinum in my friend group. I think you're pretty popular. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm popular in a bubble. In a bubble. Here's how I would explain my level of popularity. To the average person, I don't expect anybody to really even know what a commentary video is. I don't think the average human being, you know what YouTube is? You probably don't even know what like internet commentary or drama commentary means. I'm telling y'all, most people don't watch this content. However, if you win the space, best believe is A-lister status. In this little tiny bubble that doesn't matter, I'm definitely like, where's my Hollywood Walk of Fame star? I don't know what it's called, but yeah. So like, definitely completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, but through a certain lens, actually quite relevant. It's fun. Someone said niche viral. I'm very much niche viral, for real. It's really fun. Do you get recognized when you're out and about? Occasionally, yeah. I've talked about it before, but like, it's only ever been nice. Just really nice people. Really respectful people. Yeah, no, people asking like, oh, hey, can I take a picture with you? Oh, do you mind if this, that, the other? And I'm like, no, I don't mind. That's amazing. That's crazy. The world is so small. It's nice. Reading chat. Someone said going to art school despite AI, even though I'll probably never get a career out of it. I mean, that's a valid reason to go to art school. Honestly, I've been leaning hella just way more into human-made art recently. Also, I waited. Someone said the perfect amount of fame. I have the perfect amount of fame. I don't think anybody in the entire world should aim to be any more known than I am. And I'm not even known. I don't think there is any actual benefit to having a higher profile than me. A niche influencer. If you move up beyond that, you're probably introducing all of these problems that are not helping you. I would never actually want to be stopped by more than one person at the same time in public. I would never want to be having to think to myself, oh, I can't go here because that's not safe for me. I would never want to have security or, you know, paparazzi stuff, even though a lot of celebrities call the paparazzi on themselves, which is hilarious. But still, getting your privacy invaded because you're famous, I'm like, you don't even have to be famous to be like comfortable in this world. Someone said I want to get into tattoo artwork, but I don't know how. Oh, I can teach you how to do that. Wait, no, I can't. I'm not a tattoo artist. Sorry, but I can teach you how to do that. It depends on what you're trying to draw exactly. I'm super duper biased towards traditional tattooing, but what I suggest you do. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. What I suggest you do is just start looking at hella old tattoo flash art, you know? Wait, I gotta make sure that we're not gonna get like blasted with some crazy stuff. Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, this is fine. I'm not gonna scroll. yeah, find yourself a bunch of this stuff right here if you're trying to do any sort of like, if you happen to be American. I would say American traditional is a good style to know. And then just start tracing the hell out of it. Just trace the absolute heck out of other people's artwork until you start getting down some of these design philosophies that make for a good tattoo. And then also find somebody who can mentor you. And then also, please don't tattoo other people when you're not proficient at it yet. That's it. Those are my 3 entry steps. There's about 97 other steps before or after that I can't give you because I don't actually know how to give anyone a tattoo either. But yeah, if you're interested in the art form, look at old versions of the art. That way you're avoiding AI nonsense, and look at some of these lasting designs and why they work. And don't give other people tattoos. Don't buy a machine off of Amazon and be like, yep, I'm a tattoo artist now, I'm gonna give you. Don't do it. I don't think that's a good. Nope. Someone said tracing is a valid way of learning no matter what people say online. I agree. The only thing that is ever wrong with tracing is passing it off as your own, period. That's it. That's it. There's nothing morally incorrect about tracing over somebody else's artwork if you're not actually profiting from that, as long as you're doing so with the intention of learning. Someone said buy one of those fake skin pads instead of you doing it on yourself. Yeah, no, like, tattoos are definitely forever. They're definitely forever. Reading chat. Fake skin is a good alternative to ruining someone's life. Yeah, people tattoo fruit. They tattoo like synthetic skin. All of these things are so much better than like your friend. Your friend wants a free tattoo. You want a portfolio. So you're like, oh, let me hook you up. And you got a tattoo machine. Nah. And also, it definitely helps to know like how to draw. There are a lot of tattoo artists who don't make art, which is really interesting. And I've never understood that philosophy. You should definitely know how to draw. Like, knowing how to apply other people's designs to other people is also fine, and probably going to make up the bulk of what you're doing, unless you happen to be one of those really lucky people who exclusively gets to tattoo designs that you're interested in. But like, you should definitely be able to be like, oh, a cat, I can draw one of those, or figure out how to draw one of those. It can't always be like copying things, because then you see people like that try to come up with something original and the quality difference is finna be crazy. It's finna be crazy. Someone said, I got an amateur tattoo once and had it covered a year later. It was fading horrible and it was off center. Yeah, amateur tattoos are wild. Now, like, apprentice tattoos from people in shops are important, right? Because you do have to practice on people at some point. But like in Joe Schmo's like unsanitary basement, it's a no from me, dog. It's a no. Someone said it's so obvious when people use AI. There is so much AI artwork in the tattoo world right now, and it's infuriating. It makes me mad and it makes me sad. Anytime I bring a design to an artist, I make sure to also bring the speed paint version of that, or like a time lapse, so they can see me in Procreate. I'm like, look, I actually drew this. Because what people do a lot of times now is they'll go on ChatGPT and they'll be like, oh, generate me a really cool, like, I don't know, I don't know. I don't even know what people are doing because I've never done that. But people are like, yeah, generate me like a really cool American traditional tattoo design with like a sword and this, that, the other. And then they will give it to a tattoo artist. Don't do that. Someone said it's all over Pinterest. It's so annoying. It's so bad. Or they'll design entire flash sheets. Here, I'll show you what a flash sheet is if you happen to not know. So this is a really old flash sheet, right? They will just use AI and they'll be like, ChatGPT, make me a flash sheet of a bunch of tattoo designs. They all suck. They're always all bad. And then people will post this on Instagram and be like, yeah, come get tattooed by me. Here are my designs. It happens a lot. It's horrible. It's horrific. So you got to be real careful about who is tattooing you, where people are getting the artwork from, unless you want AI stuff on your body, which is fine. That's truly up to you. The embarrassment I would feel pointing to any one of my tattoos and being like, oh, I got that one from Gemini. Oh, I got this one from ChatGPT. Oh, this one? I can't. Dolly. I forgot about Dolly. Someone said someone stole one of my pieces, ran it through AI, and got it tattooed. Bro, that is whack. That is whack. Someone said we're cooked. Yeah, no, we're definitely cooked. It's not it, Chief. It's not it at all. It's a no for me, dog. My bestie's husband is a tattoo artist, and the amount of times he has to tell people he won't tattoo their AI slop is insane. Yeah, because it's also like, no matter what it is that you're looking to get done, you can find someone who can do it really well. Actually, I just got a tattoo recently. Would you all like to see it? I'm practicing. I mean, I don't show people my tattoos randomly in real life, but you never want to be that guy with the tats that's like using any and every opportunity to randomly bring them up. But since we're talking about them, would you like to see this recent one I got? Because I actually think it's pretty great. I can show you. It's not healed yet, so if you see this and you're like, holy moly, broly, that's so like angry. Yes, I know. I got it like I got it really recently. Okay, great. Okay. Hold on. Don't fail me now, camera. I'm gonna take this off a little bit. Okay, look. Look, it's so beautiful. I can't get any closer. Sorry. Here. All right. We'll act like that was good. I probably could have done a better job of that, but sorry. Isn't it beautiful? It's such good. It's just like old flash art. Nothing special. None of my tattoos are special at all. Hey, people like it. Yeah, no, like there are people still doing this. So why you would ever actually need to go and AI generate a tattoo when there's an infinite number of tattoo artists that are happy to put their real human artwork on your body forever? Silly. The flowers around that would be fire. They would, except I have this one issue where I am like a space hogger. So I'm like, yes, I could definitely put beautiful flowers around that. But you know what else goes really well around tattoos? Wait, I can't show you. Other tattoos. I never put any sort of like embellishment around any of my tattoos because I'm like, oh, nah. Just slap another one right there. Completely unrelated. Let's go. But I agree. It would look a lot less lonely. But don't worry. She finna have hella friends. That's the thing about me is like, I don't care. I would put a dragon next to her. I would put a dagger next to her. I do not care at all. Someone said I have like 3 fairy tattoos because why the heck not? I'm just a whimsical girl. I believe in having repeat tattoos. I have too many skull tattoos, but like... It's just so funny. All right. Anyways, someone said they're so pretty. Thank you. I'm such a sucker for black and gray American Chad. It's definitely my favorite style, which is funny because I used to hate it. I don't know what happened. Then I got some sort of brain rot and now I love it. Someone said I also want to get tattoos, but I haven't been able to afford one yet. Well, I'm happy that you're like conscious of that instead of going super duper cheap. Definitely waiting until you can afford them. So much better than getting someone who's going to cheap out on you. So you're going to wind up with some really dope work as long as you like wait for it for sure. Someone said, I hope I can get a neo-traditional tattoo in the future. Neo-trad is so cool. I really like it. Especially too, like, it can be super colorful. I'm just an angsty toad. So I don't really go with color tattoos, even though they do look really cool when you have darker skin. But yeah, no, like, I love just seeing all the colors. Actually, do y'all want like a mini lesson? I'll try to keep it short. Someone said I don't like trad either, but I have a couple too. Yeah, I also have a couple tats of subjects where I'm like, I don't want that, and then I get it anyway, and I'm like, never mind, that's fire. Here's my mini tiny teeny lesson. It's gonna be super insanely like not it's gonna be not comprehensive at all. So probably the least popular style that I would say none of you should get because many people consider these to be ugly would be American traditional tattoos, right? Just your boring. By the way, I'm allowed to make any sort of negative commentary about Amtrad because I have 20 of these. But just your really boring, like, repeat designs of birds, and that is so blurry. You know, torches, Pharaoh's horses. These are things that I'm super into, for sure. And I love this artwork. I follow this stuff very closely. I try to get acquainted with traditional tattoo artists, and I don't know, I like this artwork, but a lot of people find it to be really ugly. So your tattoos don't actually have to look like this. They can look like, I'm trying to think, what's an example? Neo-trad, someone had mentioned, right? You can do neo-trad tattoos. Look at this. This is probably a lot more up some of y'all's alley. Wait, this is AI. Is this AI? I actually hate like looking at artwork. No, not all of this is AI, I think. Oh man, this is going to be so painful. But look, this is can I just sort by date? I can. Okay, I am going to limit my search to things that came out before 2022. Hey, no AI. Let's go, brother. Okay, so look, you could fully have tattoos that look like this on your body. You want that? Go for it. There are some of the most insanely talented people doing like neo-trad type stuff. A lot of animals that you get in neo-trad are like super duper uber cute. I love them quite a bit. Ones that I would not suggest usually to people would be, and this is an unpopular opinion, now I'm not hating on this as an art style, okay? The art style itself is cool, but a lot of people are very into this cyber sigil. Why is everything actually so blurry? Why is everything so blurry right now? Okay, here we go. A lot of people are currently very into the cyber sigilism style of tattoo, where you have these like Kingdom Hearts coded, incredibly intricate designs, and people are getting them on their hands as their first tattoo when they're like 18. And don't do this. If you have a design, someone said, I need to know what trash polka is. I'll tell you in a second. If you have a design, figure out how to simplify it. It's going to be a better tattoo. For the love of God, do not, as your first tattoo, get some sort of like uber complicated, dark, wispy thing, because it's just going to turn into a blob. Someone said, I like this more than the other stuff you've shown. No, they're targeting people like you because it looks cool. It does look cool. I agree with this. In fact, I would probably get one. I'm probably going to get a cyber sigilism tattoo, but I'm getting it with the understanding that it's going to age into something that does not look anywhere near as cool as it does right now. Somebody asked about trash polka. That's a really interesting hodgepodge style of tattoo where you get red and black and gray wash as your main things, and there's a lot of typography incorporated as well. Here, I'll show you what that looks like. Trash polka tattoos. Images. Okay, so assuming that this is not AI once again. Oh, this one's real. I remember seeing this one forever ago. Look at that. That's dope. People get stuff like this done. It could be as edgy or literary as you want it to be. Oh, I remember this one from, I think, a while ago. Dude, that is sick. So yeah, trash polka can be cool. I don't think it's as popular as it was at one point, but now's a good time to do it. Now's a good time for sure. Someone said they have a more simplified cyber sigil tattoo, and I love it. It's aging very well. Okay, that's good info. If you get somebody who thinks about how it's going to age, you'll be fine, and you could get whatever you want tattooed on you. And as you say, simplifying the design helps a lot. Or a lot of times, spacing helps a lot. You don't even have to go simple. You just have to go bigger. If you were ever in a tattoo shop and you want something small, and the tattoo artist suggests like, oh, you might want to go bigger for this. They ain't trying to scam you. They are not trying to scam you, brother. Just go bigger. You'll be happier. Someone says giving 1984. Yeah, no, this is super dope. But yeah, you can also do like illustrative tattoos. That's kind of a really, really broad example, but that's when you get things that look like people would draw them on paper, kind of, is how I consider it to be. Illustrative tattoos. They're really beautiful. You get tattoos inspired by, oh, like what? This is insane. This is so sick. Yeah, no, like, you don't have to get tattoos, or if you think tattoos are ugly, there's probably a version of it that's closer to your aesthetic. One thing that people have been doing recently, I can't really say like how it will or will not age, but I don't even care because it looks really cool right now, are like these porcelain based tattoos, which are super sick. Look at this, porcelain tattoos images. So it's just people literally treating their skin as if it has like these blue intricate porcelain designs on there, which I think is super sick. I don't know, that one's kind of new-ish as far as these trends go. Now granted, like what any of this is going to mean in a few years, I couldn't tell you. One style that I think is super dope, ornamental tattoos. Those are really neat because it's not even necessarily about depicting specific things. It's more so just cool design work. Look at this. I consider ornamental tattoos to be like Zelda coded. If you've ever played like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, you're going to get a lot of this really like freaky imagery that doesn't necessarily have function beyond what you decide it means. And one thing that I really like are bold ornamental tattoos. I don't know where I'm going to get one of these, but those are pretty sick. Like this, for example, image in new tab. That's pretty dope. I'm sorry that every single picture I've been bringing up has been blurry for some reason. So yeah, ornamental, illustrative, American traditional. Oh, obviously you can get realism tattoos. Duh. I think we all know that. You can get color realism, black and gray realism, micro realism. That's another one I would say don't do. Unless you know what you're doing. Which is fine. Micro realism tattoo. If you're just getting this because you mostly like, oh, this is a pretty good example. I've seen this one before. If you're just getting this because you mostly think it looks cool immediately and you're not worried about how it's going to age, then you should do whatever you want. However, I'm telling you right now, all this finna blur into just dots or fade away. It's going to disappear. No one is actually going to know from a distance, like, what does that mean? Like, almost any idea can be turned into something that works a little bit better in the long term. Sometimes I have a watercolor one in my first cat. I love watercolor tattoos. Those are super sick as well. But yeah, you're gonna get a lot of snobs who are like, think that other styles are objectively worse than other styles. I don't believe that. I actually think any form of tattoo is a dope style. I just think you should know the statistics of it aging well. I don't actually believe all tattoos have to age well at all. But that's because I have brain rot. I'm just like, if you don't like the one that you have now, you can get another one. But that's horrible advice. And I only offer that to people who know what they're doing. If you are doing this as your first, maybe stick with the basics because they've been basic for a while. That's how I feel. Someone said, I want to be tattooed so bad, but pressure on my skin gives me hives. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. Someone said blue ink sounds so good, but I can't imagine how colored tattoos would look like on brown skin. It just depends on your skin. Essentially, you could think of it as a filter. So whatever skin tone you have, your skin is going to literally be stretched over the tattoo ink, right? Because it goes under your skin. And so you can, in your mind, add that to it and darken it to the appropriate level. But yeah, people with dark skin absolutely can get color tattoos. It doesn't mean that every color will look the same on everybody, regardless of skin tone, but don't let anybody tell you it doesn't work. It super works and it looks really cool. Reading chat. Someone said, I want Studio Ghibli tattoos so bad. Those would be nice. That's a really popular subject. I typically don't do IP as tattoos, but like no face though. You know, that would be a dope one. Someone said I have a blue tat. Nice. Can tattoos be repaired after a long time? Yes. That's called it. Well, it depends. They can be like touched up is usually what it's called. You can get a touch up at any point after a few months, and you can revitalize your tattoo looking fresh as hell. Honestly, I've seen old like 10-year tattoos just get a new lease on life because they got a touch up and it looks super dope. You can also rework a tattoo if you feel like the original application wasn't exactly what you were looking for. Or you could remove it. But like all of these things are difficult, cost money, and they hurt. Which is why my ultimate advice is just don't get a tattoo. If you have any sort of hesitation, act on that hesitation. That's how I feel. Someone said Paramore brand new eyes butterfly tattoo. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I was literally thinking about this yesterday. Sorry, this is kind of a depressing picture. But I was actually yesterday walking around and I was like, this would be so fire. This would just be insanely dope. Now, granted, like, you know, I don't know. I have horrible taste. I don't think preserving butterflies exactly is cool or whatever. That's not my point. Obviously, this is just artwork. But I'm like, this would look super dope. It would look great. Because it's just artwork. Anyways, enough. That's all. I don't want to turn this into the tattoo stream. But yeah, I got one recently, so I've been thinking about them. Someone said, get it? Yeah, no. Whoever said you want this, please just get it. This is such a good design. It would look super dope. And what's really cool is it's not even immediately recognizable as a Paramore tattoo. I mean, unless you have Paramore brain rot. But yeah, no, like, yeah, it's fire. It's fire. Reading chat. Some say I have a white Panic at the Disco logo tattoo on my arm where my scar was. Yeah, part of the reason, some say I have that tattoo and I love it. Yeah, it's such good subject matter. Part of the reason I don't do IP though, and this is just me, I don't actually blame people who get IP tattoos. IP, just so you know, is like intellectual property, like characters or logos or whatever. It's literally just because of the amount of Harry Potter cover-ups that exist in the tattoo world. Also, I personally believe if you have a Harry Potter tattoo, you don't have to cover it up. I don't think it's a bad thing to have one of those if you just didn't foresee the future. Nobody could have done that. But a lot of people wind up having to cover their tattoos or try to get them lasered off or like, you know, and it's so common among people starting at my age range and over to have some sort of half lasered, half covered Deathly Hallows tattoo. I'm never, ever getting intellectual property tattooed on me. Never. It doesn't matter if it changed my life. These people were getting Harry Potter tattoos because Harry Potter changed their life. And I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I can't do it, brother. I can't do it. Someone said I have a Deathly Hallows tattoo. Yeah, no, like, I don't blame people who have them. It's just a cool looking symbol. To be fair, the Deathly Hallows tattoo looks fire as fuck. But, like, what can you do? Someone's going to clip that out of context. And then say, D'Angelo's on live, glazing J.K. Rowling. They're D'Angelo, non-binary streamer D'Angelo on live saying everyone should go get a Deathly Hallows tattoo. It's cool to get Harry Potter tattoos. Go get them right now. Nuance is very important. I have no hate in my heart for anybody who had a Harry Potter tattoo at any point. They didn't get that because they were transphobic. But yeah, maybe don't clip that specific take of mine out of context. Maybe not that one specifically. Someone said he curses. Not usually. Sometimes if I just get too like hype over something, I will. Cause like I have two versions of myself, honestly. YouTube version where it's just easier not to curse, and then real life version where I'm a Gen Z person. I don't know. I curse about as much as the rest of your Gen Z friends. I think like in general, the people I know and the people around me curse way too much, but I don't really care. I don't really care. Reading chat. Someone said when I think of Harry Potter tattoos, I think of the one golden snitch ball gag tattoo. What? I'm not going to be Googling that. Someone said only media tattoos if they mean a lot to me, which they don't, or whatever. Which they don't, or whatever. Sorry, I'm not big brain enough to read that. But yeah, you definitely want to think twice about getting media tattoos. Or you know what's lit? If the person involved is dead, then I'm like, hello, media tattoos. Absolutely. Yeah, I have like a collection of, wait. I realized this was about to sound insane. Okay, let me preface this. Let's put this in its proper context. Let's put this in its proper context. I'm never happy when people are dead. That's not a good thing at all. So I was about to say I have a collection of dead people t-shirts, and then I was going to start listing them off, and I'm like, wait, context, back that up. Okay, if I was to just emblazon a shirt with somebody's face on it and then walk around with that, and that person turns out to suck, as people often do, I don't want to wind up in that position. So I usually stick to people who can no longer disappoint me. I have a Whitney Houston shirt that I love wearing. It's great. You've got her great smile on there. I don't know. I love my Whitney Houston shirt. And I especially just love that, like, I don't have to worry about weird things happening later on the line. I wear shirts with, like, I don't know. I have an Aaliyah shirt. I really like my Aaliyah shirt. But yeah, I'm thinking of like living artists. And even though there are a lot of living artists I think are really cool, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to take that specific risk. It's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me. Someone said, do you have merch? I don't currently have merch for you to buy. And I'm not currently planning on making merch, but if I do, it will genuinely be because I actually think it looks cool. I will try to think about, like, if I don't know, if I get possessed and I'm just like, I want to do merch. I feel the merch in my soul. I'm going to do it. Someone said Stephen Hawking. That's a good example. That's a good example of someone who I would not get a shirt of. I like Stephen Hawking. I think he's dope. I mean, to be fair, I don't like know a lot about his personal life, but from my understanding, he's mostly dope. He does his science thing. He has the quotes that make you rethink life and everything around you. But like, but I'm not finna wait for something weird to happen. I don't believe anything weird's gonna happen. He's still here, right? Obviously. Wait. Stephen Hawking. Okay, yes, he is. I struggle when it comes... No, wait. He died in 2018? He's not still here. Then yeah. I guess maybe I would wear a Stephen Hawking shirt since he's actually been dead for 8 years and I didn't know that. I thought he was still here. I swear to God. Someone said he's in the Epstein files. What? Okay. See, this is why I don't be fans of people just because they may do some things that are cool. I promise you, I was quite unaware of this. I mean, first of all, I thought he was still alive because I don't know reasons. But yeah, no, if you're saying he has any sort of Epstein connection, I couldn't really tell you about that because I didn't know that. Yeah, okay, yeah. But again, like, this is why I don't be promoting people like that. I don't be promoting people like that. It's a no for me, dog. Someone said this is your fave stream. This is your favorite stream. This is your favorite stream where I said Harry Potter tattoos look really cool and that I would wear a Stephen Hawking shirt. This is my most unhinged live stream yet. This is so funny. I can see why this would be your fave because I'm literally just going off of vibes today. I'm just going off of vibes. Someone said please don't spiral. No, it's okay. I reeled it back in. I'm spiraling a little bit because what do you mean he's in the files? Like, that's insane. I don't know if that's true. I believe everyone's saying it. I'm not going to look it up right now. But like, what? Someone said so far. Yeah. Someone said, wait. Someone said unintentionally amazing example of your point though. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm getting at. You might think to yourself, oh, that was just the cool science guy. He was up there doing TED Talks about science. And then you got people seeing your Stephen Hawking t-shirt and being like, that man is in the Epstein files. And then you're like, oh. And that's why I don't really... But now I got to revise my stance. It can't even just be that you're dead. It just has to be a really comprehensive shirt. Listen, some people would say maybe just don't wear t-shirts with other people's faces on them. I somewhat agree with that, but like there's just too many iconic faces out there. But yeah, no, it's a minefield out here. It's a minefield out here, brother. Anyway, to go back to whoever asked about merch, I would only drop it if I come up with an idea that I think maybe looks cool, but I'm not in a hurry to try to diversify my revenue streams in that way, if you will. I'm really trying to stay focused on like good content and I don't know, good content. Good content. Someone said, I think you were mixing Stephen King and Stephen Hawking. I don't think I was. You just gave me a really good out. That was a really good out. You know how easy it would be like for me right here on this live stream to be like, oh, Stephen Hawking, I thought you meant Stephen King. You know, they have the same name minus 3 letters. Yeah, he's still alive. No, I was just stupid. That's the truth. There's no way of spinning this that makes me look more intelligent for not remembering that Stephen Hawking apparently died in 2018. Someone said Hawking is just, yeah, no, someone said Stephen King's weirdo. Probably. I don't know. Again, like, I don't read the guy. I've never actually read a Stephen King book. So I couldn't tell you anything about him either. People saying Stephen King also weird. Okay, see, there you go. This is why you gotta be careful in these streets. And you know what though? This is why people get so attached to the idea of unproblematic celebrities. Because it's like, it's very disappointing to say to yourself, oh, I really like Stephen Hawking's science stuff, and then find these things out and you're disappointed. And it's very disappointing to be like, oh, I like some of Stephen King's novels, and then I don't know what's wrong with Stephen King, genuinely. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant to this context. You find that information out, and then you're disappointed, right? However, like, I still don't think it's a good reaction to purposely seek out like people and be like, oh yes, these are the unproblematic ones. That's not going to end well regardless, but that's probably why. I don't know. It's so tricky. Someone said the age of celebrity is over. Yeah, no, like just appreciate people's work, I guess, more than anything. And you can also support somebody's body of work. Even like the things that they say as statements, if you agree with those, that's fine. Like, you know what's a really good example? Here's a really good example. Olivia Rodrigo. I'm going to be honest with you. I have literally never seen her do something that I disagreed with. Not even once. She's very politically active. She's very vocal about a lot of things constantly. You would think someone like this might wind up putting their foot in their mouth at some point, but I feel like she's pretty locked in in terms of like, I don't know, just using her influence for good and stuff like that. But I personally am still not finna be out here standing nobody. I'm going to try to view what Olivia Rodrigo does as the bare minimum. That's my new goal. When I see somebody out there killing it, because I think she kills it, I'm like, okay, that's my new bare minimum. When I see Hayley Williams out there killing it, even though you're going to hear me using a bunch of Stan-like language, because I do love me some Paramore, I'm still going to try to interpret that as like, this should be my bare minimum for what I should be expecting from celebrities. You could definitely appreciate the things that they're doing, but yeah, no, she seems super dope, and it is nice to have celebrities like this, you know, who seem to get it. They make everybody else around them look bad. That's what I think Olivia Rodrigo does personally. So I'm sorry, D'Angelo, I didn't mean to ruin the day. You did not ruin my day. I'm all good. Look, I'm a dramatic person. I think you have all learned this from my live streams. That might have been the one last little nugget of my personality that probably did not come through my videos, because my videos are very like, I don't know, chill, or they used to be. Because I would write everything. But no, like, if you ever see me being dramatic and stuff, it's just, that's how I am. That's how I be reacting to stuff. I think there's really only one time I ever crashed out on this live stream. And that was when the Zionism person came in and tried to... What even happened? I don't even remember. I only crashed out once so far on this live stream. That was a genuine crash out because I was mad. I was being told I was dehumanizing people for saying that genocide was bad. Yeah, I crashed out because I didn't want to hear that. That was a mess. But yeah, beyond that, anytime you see me get like hella worked up over something, I'm just being goofy. I'm just a little guy. Like, just kidding. I am a grown man with personal responsibility. But like, also, I'm just a guy. You know what I mean? Like, what can I say? Someone said I missed that. I'm glad you missed that. Yeah, that was a really, really whack moment for the D'Angelo live stream lore, but I'm glad it happened. Screw that person. That was really uncool. Someone said, can we talk about your fashion? I talk about it every day. I live my fashion. Here's me on the cross. Crucify me for my fashion. See, I'm dramatic. I'm dramatic. Somebody's like, oh, you're wearing cool clothes. And I'm like, crucify me. Balenciaga. Not Balenciaga specifically. They're not a good brand. But you get me. You get me. Reading chat. Reading chat. Someone said, D'Angelo, give us a fashion mini lesson. Give us a fashion mini lesson? A mini lesson in fashion? I don't think that's possible to do. I don't think that's... I think I can break down like music. Really, I've given mini lessons in music. Today I gave a mini lesson in tattoos, but like fashion specifically? No, because there's so many different things that you could do with it. That's the problem. A lot of clothes, someone said wear stuff you like. That's a decent enough starting point, honestly. But I do think like some people perceive that like there's styles that they're trying to have for themselves and they don't know how to embody that, or maybe on their budget or whatever. It's really, really tricky. It's really, really, really tricky. Someone said talk about how to cultivate personal style. Okay, I can talk about how to cultivate personal style. No, I can't do that either. I don't know, like personal style is really tricky. Especially too because so much of the fashion landscape is like not inclusive. It's not inclusive. So when you're looking at things that people are modeling as an example of like, oh, this is high fashion, this is what we look at, that stuff doesn't even work for like, I don't want to throw out a fake statistic, but the majority of what is considered to be fashion, real people couldn't even wear. So I don't know. It's really tricky. I would say ignore high fashion. I can tell you what not to do. I'll tell you what not to do. Okay. Don't do this. Don't look at runway fashion images and don't try to do any of this. All this is bad. Don't look at red carpet fashion. Great, beautiful, amazing, jaw-dropping. Don't do it. Not useful information here. All of this stuff is so fake, even though I like it because it's artwork. But like, these are pretty bad starting points. Actually, you know what? Fine, I'll give you a mini lesson. What you can do is start with ready to wear season. All right. So essentially, a ready-to-wear collection is going to be things that are actually designed for normal people to wear. And when I say normal people, I just mean people who do not specifically train and live their lives to be fashion models on purpose. So if you see this, for example, and you're like, oh, I like this look, but I don't know who this is even. Spring 2023. It kind of, maybe, I don't know who that is. Yves Saint Laurent. Oh, Ralph Lauren. Okay, cool. So looking at ready to wear collections and then downscaling from there back into the realm of normalcy. That's a good way of doing it. Here's this guy right here, for example. This is a terrible outfit. This is super ugly. Unless you like this, which is fine. But this is a terrible outfit. And you're also definitely getting a lot of things that I don't like. That are current fashion trends, like co-opting workwear and making it seem like, oh yeah, we have real jobs and stuff like that. But find the element here that you do like, right? Maybe you think to yourself, oh, the cap is pretty dope. I don't have to pair the cap with like a denim colored jacket over a mixed pinstripe / denim overall set over another vertical stripe dress shirt on top of the dirtiest boots you've ever seen. But you can take the hat. Take the hat. I think my main fashion advice is learning how to throw away 95% of an outfit that you see. I would say the same thing here. This is another thing that bothers me that happens a lot in current like fashion trends of co-opting what I consider to be regional wear. Not to sound like an annoying Texan. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound like an annoying Texan, but this is annoying. But again, if there are elements to this that you think are cool, like say this statement necklace right here, then you can be like, oh, I'm going to try to figure out how to do these statement necklaces. You never, ever have to buy anything from a high fashion house because there is always something that gives you the same visual effect without actually having to put money into these people's pockets. And that's how I feel about fashion in general. So figuring out why things work, usually when things look cool, it's not just for some unknown reason, and it's not because it costs hella money. This statement necklace looks cool because it's a contrast, right? Contrasting texture against this polka dot dress shirt, contrasting texture against this really weird ribbon-like tie that this person is wearing. Things like that are really cool. I would say in general, it also works because you get contrast in colors with the black underneath. Like it's kind of simple as well. It's not really that complex, but yeah, break it down. Break it down. Someone says like Zendaya and her big hat. Yeah, I would essentially never try to dress like Zendaya because that isn't going to work out well for me or probably 99% of other people. I just let Zendaya do the things that Zendaya wants to do and she pulls them off, but I'm like, I can't do that. Who else could get away with wearing that? I don't know. It's annoying. I say annoying, not her specifically, but what I mean is like so much fashion is tailored to you'll fit into it if you're skinny enough and screw everybody else. And it's like a lot of times you got to ask yourself like, oh, is this really, really, really good fashion? Or is this just a fashion model? Because it's never always the same thing. Now, Zendaya specifically has really good fashion, but she also is built like a fashion model, which is why people are constantly putting her in really good fashion. So it's like, that's why you got to ignore red carpet fashion. A lot of the times it's not, nobody's considering us, people who don't like have this going on for them. We were never a thought. It's so interesting. People saying agreed. Yeah, no, you understand. But yeah, obviously, hopefully this is not sounding like a knock against Zendaya. That's not the point at all. She looks super cool. Reading chat. Some say layering and styling is so important. I want my looks to be intentional. Yes, how you wear things is more important than what you're wearing, actually, in my opinion. I believe how you wear things goes so much further beyond what your actual individual pieces are. Because you can wear what's already in your closet in a way that's like more intentional than what you're wearing. Or I'm going to go out and buy a really expensive piece. You don't got to do all that. Reading chat. Someone said, is it fashion or is she skinny? Is a question plenty of fat content creators have been asking for a while. Yeah, no, it's an important question. Like, the lack of inclusivity is crazy because, like, I think the thing is, if I look at this entire collection that they have right here of this Ralph Lauren or whatever, who is actually built like this? It's such an insane, like this I actually think this is a really cool outfit. That's really, 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 really dope. And you could wear this no matter what you look like, right? But what I'm saying is there's absolutely no goal of getting average people, the people that you were selling your clothes to, ostensibly on the runway and showing them what these clothes would actually look like, etc. It's like you could do whatever you want. You could hire all of the quote unquote diverse models that fashion houses tell themselves they're doing. They pretend like they care a lot about these things. Y'all got kids on the runway, but like the absolute refusal to put any effort into creating clothes for other people is just, I don't know, it's dumb. It's dumb. Someone said money truly can't buy taste. Look up Magnolia Pearl. It's mind baffling. I'll look it up as some, what is that? I don't want to look it up on stream. People be trying to bait you into doing things. Magnolia Pearl images. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, let's get into this. This isn't, what is this? This is not real. This is not a real brand. This is a joke. Accept. Oh, well, it doesn't even, I accepted every single cookie and their website just stopped working. Wait, hold on a second. There's no way that they're charging $500 for this poncho. Okay. I need you to hear me out because this is a very big hear me out. I actually feel like the fit itself is kind of fire. I know half of y'all are like, what are you talking about, Dan? I feel like in a vacuum, I don't mind the outfit so much because it's a level of camp that is just, some people enjoy dressing like this. However, you're telling me the poncho alone is $500? How much is the hat? How much is the hat? Explore shop. Is that like an adornment? Is that what they call the hats? Okay. $200 for a scarf. Go away. Add $450 for the hat. Okay. So hold on. So you've got $1,000 off the poncho and the hat alone. They also have pants on here. The pants seem to be $600. So you're at $1,600. And then are these foot wrap things considered to be shoes? Footwear? Oh, okay. They only have these caravan shoes for another $1,300. So you're essentially at $2,000 for this one outfit, not including whatever jewelry this person may be wearing as well. There's no way in hell you would catch me paying $2,000 to look like a fabric store threw up on me. This is insane. You ever see some things and think to yourself like, this is money laundering? And then you have this second thought and you're like, that's not what money laundering means. You can't just use words that, you know what I mean? Like words have meanings and you can't just go off of vibes. I don't know how to explain this, but I'm sorry. This is money laundering. And I know that I'm wrong and that that's not what money laundering means. But you know what though? If you can afford this, by all means, I guess, why not? Right? I don't think the average person is in danger of buying a $2,000 outfit. Am I missing something about this? Is this a joke? Okay, hold on. Magnolia Pearl Trade is the official site of authentic Magnolia Pearl collectors. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? How it works about us. It was built upon the practice of taking what life hands you and recycling it into something exquisite. and then charging $2,000 for an outfit? From roots to boots, Magnolia Pearl clothing and adornments live and breathe the experience of story. Okay, ChatGPT. Sustainability. Sure. Oh, dude, this is wild. It's going from humble beginnings in 2001. We've remained faithful to this practice. Authenticity. Dude, there is nothing less authentic than trying to have this aesthetic. This is a thrifted aesthetic. This thrifted patchwork aesthetic while also paying people's rent money for all of your individual outfits. And this is why I say, like, ignore what is considered to be good fashion. Because fashion on some level is just so much of a social construct. It's nonsensical. It doesn't matter at all. Someone said upsold, upcycling. Yeah, no, this is wild, man. This is wild. Reading chat. Someone said, I really feel like Fruits Mag and 2000s Harajuku street style was the origin of this maximalist style. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, I literally don't even mind the clothes. I know that this is really deeply ugly to a lot of y'all, and that's fine, but I actually think the outfits are pretty fire. Mostly just because, like, I don't know, like, I can't spell. I happen to think that, like, stuff like this is fun. Of just, like, forget looking good. You know what I mean? Let's just be ridiculous and wear clothes that don't make any sense whatsoever. So when I see like wacky, insane, unwearable outfits, I'm usually on the sidelines like, yeah. But charging people $2,000 for this to look like you made it yourself when it's just completely, I don't know. And maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's some other element to this that makes my commentary uninformed, because I only learned about this brand 5 minutes ago when someone mentioned it. So I could be wrong. Oh my God. Someone said, I love fun and out there outfits, but the point of patchwork aesthetic is that it's cheap. Yeah, no, it's appropriation. It's appropriation. I think the thing is, like, people hate words like appropriation because they immediately think that you're calling them racist or whatever, which oftentimes, yes. But in this specific case, there are so many ways of appropriating things that are just whack to do when you're outside of the actual demographic. And that's how I feel about, like, yeah, let's turn patchwork stuff into high fashion when many people are doing this for reasons they want to be more sustainable. They have to. So many reasons why someone could have this aesthetic for themselves that are usually deeply personal and or oftentimes political, but you're going to sell these to people. Not cool. Not cool. It's not cool at all. To me. That's just me. Someone said erasure. Well, yeah, that too. When the loudest people in these spaces are people who aren't actually in these spaces. That's cringe as well. Okay. Someone said it's like buying clothes that look punk at insane prices when it's supposed to be DIY. Very much so. I do have content for you today. I didn't just show up here to rant and ramble for 4 hours. I've already done it for 90 minutes because I'm really good at this. But I actually did do something earlier. I paid money for a website subscription, which is something I usually don't do. I usually, anytime I go to an ad or anytime I go to a website and it's like an article and they're like, you have to pay money to read this article, I usually don't do it. But I have a secret. I'm obsessed with Slate relationship advice articles. I said it aloud. I think most of these articles are so stupid. They're so dumb. I think people ask the dumbest questions you've ever seen. And I do not believe that most of these questions are from real people. But when I tell you that for years now, I have been obsessed with Slate's Dear Prudence advice column. And so today, when I saw yet another one of these articles, and I was like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I was like, I'm going to take over for Prudence today. I'm going to offer some of you relationship advice. This is a dating advice stream. I bet you didn't think that was going to happen. Not the whole thing. I'm not going to do this for the remainder of my time here. But I'm going to sign in with my brand new shiny Slate account. Oh, never mind. It's not letting me do it. Too early? I'm too early for what? Someone said Slate. I thought you said another word. I said Slate. 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 I shudder to think what you thought I said. Hold on. I'm gonna try to sign in. What does too early mean? That doesn't even make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, I have to sign in to my Google account first. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, no, I paid good money for this. I don't remember how much the subscription cost, but they're going to go back after a 3-month trial and try to charge me more. And I don't want to do that. But while I'm here and while I have the subscription, I want to go through some of these articles. Okay, hold on. Let me log in. Okay, I think I'm in. Maybe? No? Hold on. This is an L. Use your phone or tablet to get a security code. Sure. No. Why do I have to do that? I just want to log into my Google account. My options are... I just wish people would let me enter passwords, man. That's the only thing I wish in my life, is just the ability to enter a password. Okay, check your phone. Confirm whether it's you trying to sign in. Yes, it's me. Who else would it be? Then again, people have definitely tried to sign into my Google account over the years. It's not been good. Okay, we're back. I'm back. Well, sorry that I said Slate and it sounded like something else. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I misspoke? Did I misspeak? You said you had to rewind that part. I'm sure I said Slate. I think. Okay. I just want to go just a few of these, because these are really funny. This is like Reddit on steroids. Someone said y'all heard slave because y'all wanted to. Okay. To be fair, sometimes I just be mishearing people. I hear like the most wild things and I'm like, run that back right quick. And I run it back and I'm like, oh, never mind. That was just me. That was just me. Okay, people were saying I said Slate. I definitely said Slate. I'm not obsessed with, because I don't know what a slave relationship advice article would be. And I don't want to think about that. All right, chat. Which one of these should I be? Someone said, I thought you said straight. Well, a lot of these are deeply straight. Which one of these should I do? Should we do help? My melodramatic sister-in-law sucked me back in with a wild accusation. Wording, phrasing, Slate. Let's see. My best friend's husband has strange rules and he's turning them on me. This is good. Somebody said, I thought he was about to talk about a problematic kink. I don't even know if I believe in the idea of problematic kinks, but I think my kink is when people leave me alone. I get so like hype over that. I'm just like, oh yes, stay far away from me. Oh, I'm living right now. Yeah, definitely. That's what I seek out in my personal life. Or maybe there is a such thing as problematic kink, but listen, I'm not part of this. I'm not part of the kink community. Don't ask me questions about this because I can't answer them. I'm going to start sounding real stupid real fast. Okay. But I don't really think there are problematic. Maybe there are. I'm not a psychologist. I feel like it literally is just like, I don't care what other people do, even a little bit, as long as everybody's consenting to it. You're never going to catch me on the outside being like, you should not be doing these two things. Someone said kinks that unconsensually involve other people are problematic. Okay, I agree with you, but I'm like, that's sexual harassment. I agree with you that like anything that unconsensually involves other people, but I don't consider that to be kink at all. I'm just like, that's literally harassment. That's a separate issue. You can label it whatever you want, but that's not what people in the community are actually doing. Someone said, all that matters to me is that both parties can and do consent. No, for real. I'm like, as long as y'all are both excited about what you're doing. I said both. Y'all know it could be more than two people. As long as everybody involved is excited about what you're doing, like enthusiastic, you're like, oh, this is so hype. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing right now. Go off. I'm being so for real. Go off. Personally, I'm good. Personally, I'm good. Someone said, why are we talking about this? What's wrong with talking about it? It's a good question, though. If you're asking for like context, it's because I'm on this advice website and I said the name somewhat unclearly and people thought I was coming out as someone who has weird kinks or whatever. And I was just saying having weird kinks is fine. But my main kink is just that people leave me alone, please. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. But anyways. Reading chat. Yeah, okay. That's weird. Everyone's getting... I shouldn't have mentioned it. Enough about kink, because we finna get in trouble on YouTube. Okay? I don't know how to navigate this. Listen, I'm not good at this. Let's just go on. Tell me which one I should do. Which one should I do? I've kept my distance. Well, I'm gonna skip the sister-in-law one. That one's boring. My best friend's husband has a strange set of rules. I don't know. I don't want to read one that's too crazy because then it's going to be awful. Here, let's start here. I overheard my aunt saying unforgivable things about me. She has no idea. Let's start here. This is not even a relationship thing. I want to give you an example of the things that typically pop up on this website. So, dear Prudence, this is the person that they're writing to, right? The Prudence is a metaphorical person who represents Slate's advice. I'm not even going to read Prudence's advice. I don't care. This is the Dear D'Angelo one. Dear D'Angelo, over the holidays, my extremely religious aunt told me how much she loves me and gave me a beautiful jumper. She jumped you? That she admitted, and a lovely book of poetry. I was really touched until I overheard her talking to my mother about me. Uh-oh. She was telling her how sad she was that I was going to burn in. Sorry, this is so funny. I know for sure that these are 75% fiction, but they represent something real. She was telling her how sad she was that I was going to burn in hell because I'm a lesbian and living in sin with another whore. Sorry. I pretended not to overhear that conversation because the confrontation would have very quickly resulted in my mother's sister getting kicked in the cooch. But having left the wait, do y'all see why I'm obsessed? Dude, these stories. Having left that battle unfought, I'm now faced with the painful need to send a thank you letter for her kind gift. I am genuinely touched, even if now I want to burn it. And having not addressed the situation at the moment, it feels cowardly to bring it up from a distance. Should I just let things lie to maintain the peace? Should I try to make a snarky remark? Or should I confront her comments head on, knowing it will spark family divisions and solve nothing? Signed, Hellbound Lesbian. How many of y'all just found a new band's name just off of this one story? How many of y'all heard the phrase hellbound lesbian and you're like, nope, that's it. That's me. We can finally start our punk band. I've been waiting on the perfect name. Okay. Someone said this is like Reddit if it's Slate. That's why I like these, because I feel like regardless of whether these are real, and this does sound real to me, Slate at least tries to make them sound real. And that's why I prefer reading these as opposed to just randomly going on Reddit. Okay, so anyways, let's break it down into what actually happened. Recap. You were given something beautiful to you, and it was actually meaningful. But this same person also said homophobic things about you while you weren't present, didn't realize that you heard it, and now you're trying to figure out whether or not you should mention it. This is a great story because this happens. I have people who, or I have had people around me who actually are sweet to me and do also on some level genuinely believe that I'm going to hell and that I would be happier if I just stopped being, I don't know, what I am, I guess. And so what do you do in these scenarios? What do you do in these scenarios? I'll tell you what you shouldn't do. I'll tell you what you shouldn't do. You shouldn't do my first thought, which was write your aunt a thank you letter that says, thanks, thank you for the jumper. A jumper, what is a jumper exactly? It has like, it's like a suit, right? Jumper. That is a movie. Jumper, clothing. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, it's like this like sleeveless kind of. Okay, yeah. I would write a note and be like, thank you for the jumper, aunt. I'm glad you kept it sleeveless. I don't want to get too hot when I wear this in hell. And then I would put a little smiley face, like the most passive aggressive thing you've ever seen. And I would send that off with no hesitation. Don't do that. Wait, y'all were saying it's a sweater? What? Is it a sweater? Wait, there's like, I'm getting conflicting advice. Look, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole. Is this a jumper, chat? Or is this a jumper? Hot take. These two people are wearing completely different items of clothing. Okay, so many people are saying it's a sweater. I swear to God. Hold on. Jumper British. So jumper British just means a sweater. Okay, well listen, there's two ways you could go. Someone said I've only ever known a jumper to be a dress. This is kind of what was in my mind when it said jumper. All right, listen. Let me help you out with both of these. If your aunt gave you this article of clothing, then you say, thank you, aunt. Thank you. I'm glad you kept it sleeveless, so that way I don't get too hot when I burn in hell. If your aunt gave you this version of it, you say, thank you. I'll be sure to save this for when hell freeze is over. Since that's clearly where I'm going, and that would have to happen before we ever kiki again. You know, there's directions you could go in. But like, don't do it though. Don't do that. Being petty and passive aggressive and just, I don't know. It's fun to think about, but it's definitely not going to solve your problem of what do you do when your family members are being homophobic. If there's someone says she should do that, no, I think she should do that. Like 50% of me is like, just write something nasty and send it back. But that's like dark advice. That's my dark advice. You shouldn't take my dark advice. If this was on Reddit, someone said, who knits a dress? Oh, you're right. It was a knitted jumper. Yeah, no, it was definitely a sweater. If this was on Reddit, I definitely know that every single comment section or every single comment in the comment section would be like, no contact. Don't ever talk to your wife again, or not your wife. Don't ever talk to your aunt again. This, that, the other. Someone said there's no point in keeping the peace. I agree that like, well, that's really tricky. I think that as quick as people often are to represent or recommend that you just end everything as soon as you're being disrespected, which you should. It doesn't always work, unfortunately. And so this person says right here that they're already worried about, sparking family divisions and the fact that it wouldn't really help in this, that, the other. I think having to take all of this on yourself. Someone said the aunt is fake nice, real kind. Not fake nice, not real kind. Very much so. Having to take on all of this, these aren't things you should do. You shouldn't have to worry about keeping the peace in your entire family. You shouldn't have to worry about, like, do I say nothing about someone being bigoted towards me because, whatever. But, like, I would like to be real with you on the internet today. I would really like to be real with you on the internet today. I do this. A lot of people do this offline. It sucks. I don't think it's good advice. All I'm saying is if this is something that you have to do, I'm sorry. And I understand. I think like it's not really as simple as it sounds for me personally. Just me personally. And I've been on both sides of it. I've also just been like, you know what? I can't do this. Someone said you have to pick your battles. Yeah, no, like I know for sure someone's gonna watch this segment of the stream and be like, whoa, this is L advice, D'Angelo. But like, I don't want to lose my family. I don't care how horrible they are. And that sucks. But that's where I'm at. It's horrible advice, and I've suffered a little bit from it. Now granted, I have still had to put my foot down. And let me tell you this, chat. I've lost my family. It was devastating. It was actually genuinely devastating. I'm actually still devastated. So I'm happy that, you know, this works for a lot of people. Just like leaving and just like I'm not putting up with this. It's all a sham. You don't owe anybody anything just because you're related to them. You don't. You really don't. And you probably should just leave. Because I guess if you're going to be sad, you may as well be sad not around a bunch of people who are disrespecting you. But like, I don't know. Now what? I don't know what to do. I think everyone tells you the first step, which is like, yeah, cut them off. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do that. And they're like, you're going to be happier. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be happier. But like, no one tells you that you're actually going to, on a separate level, be sad forever. I'm going to be sad forever because of some people that I just can't talk to anymore. I don't really know if that's better or worse. I couldn't tell you that. That's not for, I don't have enough perspective on life. So it sucks. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's definitely a thing where like the YouTube version of me is like, screw this. Don't ever talk to her again. You don't have to show up. You don't know anybody, anything. And I do definitely believe those things, but I don't see enough people saying like, actually going no contact with people who are related to you is like, I don't know. There's no ending. So it's essentially just like, there's nowhere to put the feeling. I struggle a lot when I don't have anywhere to put the feelings. Yeah, someone said grief is a complicated process. Yeah, like when people are, I'm not comparing grief, by the way. I've lost people who, because they're not here anymore, and I've lost people while they're still here, right? Losing people when they're not here anymore, I kind of understand that feeling, but I think sometimes grieving people who are still alive is its own thing. It's not better and it's not worse. It's its own thing where you have to grieve your living family members and also wait for them to die. Really, 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 like, I have like this weird pre-trauma of like, oh no, I'm missing everything. I'm missing everything. I don't know. So I got put in an impossible position and it wasn't my fault. But I got put in a horrible position and I made a choice, but I wasn't given a right choice. There was no correct option that resulted in me being completely at peace. I cut off my part of my family and I'm not at peace, unfortunately. But I would say maybe if someone had told me that, I would have been able to deal with it a little bit better. Maybe. I I don't know. It's really tricky, man. It sucks so bad. Someone said this is so real. Thank you for saying it. Yeah, no, I do what you got to do. Do what you got to do for yourself. Just, I think too, there is like, and I've talked about this before, but there is like, there's a component to this that gets harder to explain when you start bringing culture into it. I remember talking about this a little bit last month, but like culturally, the idea of like not talking to my family or whatever, or like not being there for my family, or not existing as a continuation of my family, is very deeply counter to everything that I was taught. So it's really, really hard for me to even like have normal, typical thought patterns on these things, because culturally, you just don't do it. You don't do it. In my culture, you don't cut your parents off or their family or anything like, and that's not good. That's not good. It's not a good thing. You have to put up with any and everything. And like, it's really, I know like, it's good to tell people what to do, things that make them happier, but it's not actually that easy to tell somebody like, oh, well, forget your culture, it's wrong. Now listen, my culture is wrong. It is. That's bad. That's a bad element of my culture. I can say that because I'm in it. My culture is wrong about some things. But it's not something I can extricate myself from ever. It doesn't matter how advanced my thinking becomes or how many things I unlearn. I can't unlearn being part of my community. So tricky. And that's why I wanted to do this, because I'm like, this is going to be interesting. Y'all probably think y'all know what I'm going to say, but I might say something that you're not expecting. But yeah, in a vacuum, if you were going to clip this, leave your aunt. Your aunt sucks. Don't talk to her ever again. Boo. But yeah, there's that undercurrent of me that's like, oh man, that thing that you're describing, I've been through that on my own and it sucks. And it was not as simple as people online made it seem. It was really not as simple. Someone said my family's Mexican, the culture excuse is messed up. Yeah, no, like it's bad. It's so bad. The things that can be excused in the name of this is just what we do and this is just what we don't do. But also when you were never taught anything else, how are you supposed to believe? Does anybody else find yourself having two minds of things? Because I have two minds about a lot of things, where sometimes I know the truth and I still don't believe it yet. That's the thing that sucks for me trying to make good choices, is when like I can finally see outside of my lens of viewing things. I can see it. I see the truth, but I don't believe it yet, because I believed one thing for 20 years. So it's like I can even change my thinking, but I can't even change my own heart or soul as fast as I can learn and grow as a person. I might literally be doing the thing that everybody says you should do. Examine your own beliefs. Okay, I might examine my own beliefs, find out the truth, and then still get stuck. Where how do you force yourself to believe what is true? It's sometimes it's easier to just fall back on what works. But it's okay though. It's okay. And that's why I thought this would be a great introduction. It's a great introduction. Someone said, I hate that I can usually understand both perspectives. Yeah, no, that's pretty bad. Hold on. You said something really, really deep right there. Or this might not have been what you meant, but I'll tell you how I'm interpreting it. Usually understanding both perspectives, right? So like, here's the thing, for example, there's like can be, depending on what version of this you're getting, because Black culture could be a lot of things. There's a very like family first, family over everything bent that I got. There's definitely just, that's how we are. That's who we are. And like, I can just as easily be like, that's not good when it's being used to excuse things. But I'm also like, this has literally kept us alive. Someone said it's anti-intellectual. No, it is. It is anti-intellectual. I also just have feelings. You know what I mean? I think that's the trickiest thing. Like, facts don't care about your feelings, all this nonsense. The reason that is such a stupid saying is because I have feelings and facts. I can see the fact, but I do still feel. And when like the thing that you're feeling is negativity towards other people, that's never an excuse. If you're like, oh, well, my culture is, I don't know. Unfortunately, my culture is homophobic. It can be. I don't think there's probably not a black person in the chat who would get offended at me saying black culture, despite having done so much for the queer community, can also just be really homophobic. That's just my experience. But like, those aren't the things where I'm like, well, I learned the truth that homophobia is bad and I'm going to continue doing this because I believe it. That's not what I'm talking about. It's hard to unbelieve things for yourself. Me, myself, of like, do I have value when I'm not like, I don't know, pushing the culture forward or whatever? Like, do I have value when I don't know? I don't know how to unbelieve those things. It's been really a process. I've totally unchecked the box of like, yeah, anything in my culture that involves hatred, that could involve hatred towards others or whatever. I'm not doing all that. Someone said we are very religious. We are. Black Americans, we can be hella religious. I know, that's how I grew up. So yeah, I'm learning all that easy and I'm proud of myself. I'm like, yes, I'm going to be out here supporting other people that culturally usually don't get supported by, or traditionally, historically have not been supported. But like, when it comes to me though, because that's the thing about me, is I can always understand where everyone's coming from, but I have so little understanding for myself. Almost nothing. For me, myself, and I almost believe the things that I was taught when I was younger. So it's tricky. It's just interesting. It's interesting. Someone said after it's all you've ever known, it takes so much work. It really does. It really, truly does. Someone said conservative. Yeah, no. Black people, we could be hella conservative too. I don't know. That's the thing, is like, it's okay to say it, or it's okay for me to say it. I guess you could say it if you're outside the community, but like, every single person who has a culture also has things in their culture that are good and bad. What I don't believe in is like looking at other people's cultures and being like, oh, you do this one thing and you're bad for doing this, because I don't understand those things. That's not something I do. But I have spent a lot of time looking at my own people and just being like, oh my God, oh no, save me, save us. We have to save ourselves. Please. It's so tricky because like, what do you do? What do you do? I think part of the reason that like Black people are so religious is because that's essentially all we had. That's all we had. Who are we finna believe or trust in? The rest of the people here? No. It was definitely mostly because like that was essentially it. You have all these things in your life, all these privileges and rights that you don't have in your personal life, but you do have heaven. And so that's why like and a lot of us are still like this. That's why I'm not just like, I don't know. I'm not a religious person, but I don't come in strong against people who have spirituality. That doesn't make any sense. I understand what it means for spirituality to be the only thing, essentially, that can get you through. Some of the Black church has hella history. Yeah, no, like, it's so important. And so when I'm simultaneously sitting here telling you, oh yeah, we should not accept any sort of like, let's say extreme versions, Christian nationalism, or like oppressing people based off this, that, the other. Yes, I genuinely believe that. I don't believe we should be mandating religion in schools and trying to make people become Christians when they're like young, this, that, the other. But if I'm also telling you too, like, I do still understand what it means to have something be all you have. I don't know. It's really tricky. It's tricky. And that's why earlier when I was talking in the stream about like a lot of times there's not an immediate answer for things. I think I said like It's just unsatisfying. I just have these conflicting thoughts and they just both sit here inside me and then nothing. There's no way to fix or reconcile them. So it's interesting. It's pretty interesting. Someone said things are not black and white. There's gray areas to everything. Yeah, no, there definitely is. Someone said, I grew up Mormon. Oh, I totally get what you're saying about not being able to just fully walk away from a deeply formed culture. I'm still using the good and leaving the bad behind because do what you know. Yeah, for real. Like, as easy as it is to be like, from the outside, from my perspective, to be like, oh God, the Mormon church. There's a lot going on there. I do know that. Much like there's a lot going on in the Christian church, etc. Well, I mean, Mormons are essentially Christian, right? But sorry, don't come for me. You know what I'm saying. Like, I still have so much empathy for people who are currently Mormons, though, because y'all, like, how do you not believe what you were taught as a child? Everyone has the responsibility to answer that question for themselves. There is an answer. It is a correct answer. I don't believe everything I was taught as a child because I'm an adult. But it's not easy when you're just taught that there's like an objective reality and everything else is wrong. I don't know. It's really interesting. So as a Christian, I just really want to thank you for this and what you said on your Jelly Roll stream. Yeah, no, I don't want to be that atheist, because let me show you what I personally find to be really, really cringe. Okay. There's like an atheist sort of community of people who are like super anti any sort of spirituality. They're like, you're stupid for believing in Sky Daddy, or you get that phrasing a lot. You're actually a less intelligent human being for having a religion. That's I don't associate that with the idea of atheism. Those are two separate things, but there's a lot of people who very proudly label themselves atheists and are this way. Someone said we don't claim try-hard atheists. Yeah, they don't represent everybody. Because I guess I would theoretically be an atheist as well. So I understand that that's not what atheism actually is. But I don't know. I feel like it's so normalized actually to be intolerant of people's beliefs. Someone said I'm an atheist, not an anti-theist. Yes, that's how I feel. Yeah, literally. I'm an atheist as in I don't believe in God personally. But I'm not actually like you are less than or problematic for having your own personal beliefs. Shouldn't we be able to have those? Oh my God. Someone said angry atheist phase is a trip that I don't miss at all. Yeah, I consider it to be very, very immature personally. That's my opinion. Like when you first maybe sort of get this idea of like, oh, you realize that religion, the structural elements to it and the fact that it's not what people think it is and the harm that it causes, and your first thought is like, well, screw all of this, you know. It's almost as immature as like facts don't care about your feelings, to get really on a high horse about people who are still religious, right? But like then hopefully you move past that and you be like, oh, okay, well, just because I think something is, I don't know, stupid, I don't think religion's stupid, just because I don't see the value in this doesn't mean I need to be belittling people who do. That doesn't make any sense at all. It really doesn't make any sense. So I don't like it. Someone said the sin to agnosticism. Yeah, and also like I don't think I'm an atheist either, if I'm being honest. I think low key, what does agnosticism mean? What does Merriam-Webster say? The view that any ultimate reality is unknown and probably unknowable. A philosophical or religious position characterized by uncertainty about the existence of a god or any gods. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, brother, how would I actually know? I think personally, I personally don't believe in the existence, or I don't even believe in the existence of like evidence that there's any sort of God or whatever. I've never seen that. But even at that, I'm just like, I don't care. That's how I feel. Is there a version of agnosticism where like you just kind of don't care if God is real or not because he's not paying your bills? God's not helping me write YouTube outlines, or I don't know, inspiring me to be a better person, or finding I don't know how to describe how I feel about like the existence or non-existence of God. At this point, I just don't care at all. He or it or they or we could exist or not exist, and that truly has nothing to do with me because I can just live a life that's completely uninformed by the existence or non-existence of God, and nothing changes. That's how I feel. Someone said that's agnosticism. Okay, that's kind of, if that's a form of agnosticism, that's where I'm at. Like, brother, I don't know. God? Hey, Cal, I hope you liked my last video. Like, is he a subscriber? That's how I feel like I don't be knowing. I really, really don't know. Some say you're agnostic. That's me, then I guess. Like, I don't care. I don't care anymore. I cared for so long. That's the thing. I earned my I don't care era. I cared for like almost 20 years very deeply about whether God was real or not. And then I did too get really angry when I changed my beliefs. And I was like, oh, I don't believe that this is real anymore. I was so mad. I was so mad because I was like, well, then what was any of that? What was any of that? But then I realized that anytime I was ever thinking God did something, I could essentially just replace myself. And I'd be like, oh no, I did that. Actually, I blessed myself. Oh, I protected myself. I kind of realized like I didn't really lose anything at all. At first I thought I had lost God. Imagine you had a friend named God and he died. Would that not be one of the craziest like L's in your personal life? That was my first thought. It's like, oh my God, I literally just lost like a supernatural friend. But then I really thought to myself, I'm like, or did I? Because everything that happened in my life still happened the exact way that it did, regardless of whether he was real or not. And so now I'm just like, actually, what do you call the version of this where maybe you are God? See, now we're spiraling back into me just having a ridiculously inflated sense of self. But I'm like, probably the closest thing to whatever I thought God was when I was a kid was actually me. I think like that presence that was in my head of like, you can do this, or the spirit that I thought was in me, I was like, but it was in me though. So wasn't that literally just me? Like I accepted Jesus into my life, but actually all I did was like level up a little bit. That's how I feel. So yeah. And also, I don't think that that's even like a different God than, sorry, now my thoughts are getting crazy because we're getting into blasphemy, and I'm sorry, but I don't care at all. I don't even think that that's a different God than the one other people talk about either. I have such a stupid feeling on religion right now where I'm like, no, I don't think he's real, but if he's real, that was probably me, and that we're probably talking about the same thing. like I see like I don't know, let's just do a Christian worship service. Just give me your most typical non-denominational contemporary Christian music service. Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, yeah, so you got all these people right here and praise and worship, you know, we're all like here clapping it up and stuff like that. I'm like, they're definitely talking about like essentially that thing that is also inside of me, or is me. Because I'm insane. But you know what? No one has ever proven that one wrong. I did feel something. Ye chosen seed of Israel's race. Okay. That would definitely be the first image that I click into on a live stream. I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to show this imagery in my live stream. Anyways, moving on from that. You see why I don't like super rock with just religion in general? I just try to keep it to vibes. I think that is a good sign to move on. Someone said, oh no, is that what's in us? No, no, no. I'm gonna cry. Someone said this stream is wild. No, like, what is the stream? But this is funny though. It's Saturday. I don't care. Call me Donna. The way I don't be caring. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. That's, brother. Let's move right on. I answered this question. We gave our advice for the hellbound lesbian. Let's see if there's another one. Oh, wait. You know what? Let's see what Prudence said. There's no way that was the first image I clicked into. There's no way. There's actually no way. Let's see what Prudence said. So if you just joined the stream, we got on a religious tangent because this one person wrote into an advice column that her aunt was homophobic and religious and they didn't know how to respond. And I essentially said 50% of me wants to say just be mean to her, and then the other 50% of me says just cut her off. But then like a 0.1% of me is like, it's a complicated scenario because you don't always cut your family off, or it doesn't always go well. I don't know, it's tricky. Let's see what Prudence had to say. Write a thank you note that expresses your appreciation. Oh, she just said what I said. Hey, hold on. This is just what I said. Write a thank you note and then end it with, I'll be sure to wear the jumper now since it will definitely be too hot when I'm in hell. According to what I overheard you telling my mom, I was hurt by your remarks and I've enclosed some materials that I hope will lead you to reconsider your stance. Oh, so this person's saying that you should educate your aunt. Print out some literature from one of the many Christian denominations that have adopted queer affirming positions? No, don't do it. I say, honestly, give up on educating bigots. Let go of it. Just, I used to be like this too. I used to definitely be that person who was like, oh no, actually the vast majority of the Bible is just misunderstood because it's being filtered through cultural lenses that are not applicable to where we are right now. And also translation issues are a thing and we think it's saying these things and it's not saying these things. I used to be super academic and explaining to people that not even the Bible is a good excuse for homophobia. But nowadays, I just don't care anymore. I'm just like, I'm not going to educate you. I don't care what you think. Maybe someday somebody will educate you. Maybe someday somebody will. And I guess I would maybe be a better person if I was that person right now. But I don't have to do that. I don't have to do anything that I don't want to do. So don't educate your aunt. Just let her burn in hell. Let her burn hell. She says, close out your letter with thanks again for the gift, and I hope you're doing well. No one in your family can justify getting mad at you for standing up for yourself in this way if they do screw them. Okay. Finally, if your mom sat there and listened to your aunt without defending you, I imagine her tolerance of those awful remarks about you could be even more hurtful than the octogenarian's bigotry. Don't be afraid to confront her too. You keep mentioning the peace, but if you're on the receiving end of hate from your own family, you don't have any peace to begin with. That's true, objectively. So I think Prudence gave good advice. Shout that out. That was so funny. Okay, well, we did that one. Now let's see. Which of these should I do next? We'll probably do one or two more because I don't want to do hella. And as you see, it takes me like 45 minutes to get through one. Should we do... I just found out my husband's having an affair and I understand why. That sounds really dramatic. I just found out my husband's having an affair. Unfortunately, I understand why. What does that mean? Oh, no, we finna do this one. Someone said I've given up educating or even attempting to because we end up talking in circles. Yeah, no, let's get into this. This is the mess that y'all really are here for. Dear Prudence, nah, is Dear D'Angelo. Actually, you know what? You know what? Oh, this is back when I had to replace the R slur in an article that I was reading. But now we're going to replace Prudence with D'Angelo. Okay. Great. I think that worked. There we go. Dear D'Angelo. They talking to me. This is my content right now. Dear D'Angelo. I am 32 and have been married to my husband, the love of my life and best friend, for the past 5 years. Okay. A little over a year ago, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness and I currently only have about 6 to 8 months left. This has been very hard, but I'm starting to come to terms with the reality of the situation. My husband has been amazingly supportive. Girl, are you about to say he was cheating on you when you have cancer? And you're actually gonna... He's been supportive of me. We have no kids, and as my health has declined, he's sat with me through endless doctor appointments, hospital stays, and sleepless nights. The bare minimum. On bad days, he even has to help me bathe, and I know this has taken a toll on him. A few weeks ago, while using his iPad to watch a movie, an email came in and I discovered he's been having an affair, emotional and sexual, with a coworker for a few months now. For months? You were only diagnosed a little over a year ago? Okay. For several days I cried, heartbroken at the betrayal, but now I feel like my husband deserves to have someone help him and support... Oh God. And support him through this emotional time. I've not confronted him about the affair, and were it not for the email and my subsequent snooping, I never would have known, as I have not felt him pulling away from me. Do I confront my husband and tell him I understand that although I'm hurt, I forgive him and I don't want him to feel guilty? Or do I just keep quiet and let him continue? If our families find out after I'm gone, I'm worried they will think ill of him. She's been, unfortunately, as we all are, like, fallen for this idea that, like, men will die. Men will die if they can't sleep with someone. You know, you are actually dealing with a terminal illness, an actual terminal illness. But your husband specifically, poor man that he is, he's going to die if he doesn't have someone there for him. Dude, this is actually just like, and you know, people do genuinely think like this. It's not this person's fault for thinking this way, but you're essentially led to believe these things from an early period. So, brother, like, your husband is mega trash. Now listen, someone says, is this even real? Hey, I said earlier, I think 75% of these stories are fiction. Listen though, this is a real story, or this is a real thing though. I've seen this before, where people will go through health issues and then one person will start cheating because, like, it's hard for them or whatever. I'm not arguing against it being difficult for you, okay? I want to make my position on this really, really clear. I believe that if the person you're married is going through a terminal illness, that's a form of trauma for you too. It is. I think that's not a hot take. I believe, though, you have a responsibility to manage how you're dealing with things. So I'm not invalidating that this might have been kind of difficult for him in his own way. In what world does that actually mean you get to cheat, though? That's the thing. If you really think I'm going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, I understand why you cheated. This must have been kind of hard for you. It's a no for me, dog. It's an absolute no for me. Someone said sickness and health. Yeah, no, like, you literally actually made a vow. You took a vow. You promised. You actually promised. Someone said, I refuse to believe this brain is real. I refuse to believe this is real. My brain is rejecting the story. Chat, I've literally seen this happen in real life. I don't know if anybody else here has. Whether this one specific story is true, I've seen people go through terminal illnesses and get cheated on by their partners. Unfortunately. Someone said it happens too often. Yeah, no, I agree that I can't prove that this is real, but 100% this is not the only place I've seen this story. So this person says, "Dear that person, I am sorry about your prognosis and so moved by your insight and compassion. If you don't have a therapist, please consider getting one in order to have someone neutral. But you've written to me for a reaction, and mine is that you should tell your husband. Don't frame it as a confrontation, but as a conversation. I can see you taking his hand one night. You found an email. Wait, I messed up. Taking his hand one night and telling him it was an accident, but a few weeks ago, you found an email to him from the woman he's seeing. Then tell him what you told me. It was painful to discover, but you realize he needs some relief? No, this is bad advice. No. This is bad advice, Prudence. In my opinion. Okay. It's painful to discover, but on further reflection, you realize he needs some relief from this terrible sadness. You can assure him that he's been a rock for you. This will be a hard, tearful discussion, but it will also probably be relief of a terrible, guilt-ridden burden for him. For him? As for your family, you're very thoughtful to consider that if after your death it ever comes out that there was someone else in his life, he will turn from angel to devil. You don't have to tell anyone else about this. I would cut you off in a heartbeat. If somebody that was related to me cheated on their partner as they were going through a terminal illness, I would never speak to them again. And I know that I literally just said all of these things that I just said about, like, it's hard losing your family. I'd lose it over this. I actually hope I would find out. I genuinely hope I would find this out. I'd be like, fam, I'm just not rocking with you anymore. I'm sorry. I can't believe that you did this. This is insane. Perhaps you don't have to tell anyone else about this, but as you say your farewells to those closest to you, you can allude to it. Perhaps you can tell your family that you want them to know that life can be so difficult and complicated, and through all of it, your husband has been everything you wanted, except the part where he cares about your self-worth so little that you're justifying being cheated on in your head is how little respect this person has for you. You can say you were lucky that you two never had any secrets. Thank you for this example of bravery and compassion. No. You messed this one all the way up, Prudence. That's an L. That's completely L advice. That might be some of the worst advice I've ever seen on a Slate article. Oh, nah. There's never an excuse. Are you kidding me? Someone said, why are we glazing this man? Literally, he's being glazed for going to doctor's appointments with her and feeling sad that his partner is dying. Yes, I believe these things are very traumatic, but is this not also quite a normal and expected human response? You're essentially like, well, he's disrespecting me, but at least he was being nice to my face, so I don't want to blow his life up by revealing what kind of person he is. Someone said, Prudence, get up from the floor. Yeah, no. It's a no for me, dog. Oh, nah. You gotta miss me with that. Someone said, shut up, Prudence. Yeah, the bar's in hell. Yeah, no. Your husband's not gonna die. Here, let's be real clear. And I'm sorry that this sounds really like harsh or whatever, but you said 6 to 8 months left. No one's gonna die because they didn't get any action in 6 to 8 months. You're not gonna have, I'm sorry, like, specifically referring to the reason for this being your partner has a terminal illness, and you're like, I have to cheat on this person. Am I supposed to have sympathy? I really don't have sympathy. Now, maybe this is a part where I never know if, like, I have a normal perspective on things, or if I'm just being like hella ace. Am I just being hella ace? Because listen to me. Listen to me. I swear to God that people who are not, work with me. Hey, I haven't talked about, this is my one allotted LGBT topic for the stream. I don't think I've talked super hard about this. I swear to God that people who are not A's, some of them actually seem like they're gonna die if they don't have sex, essentially. And I don't believe that. I don't think that has anything to do with my orientation or lack thereof. I consider myself to not have an orientation. I'm not oriented. But I just feel like society is wrong on this one. It's not just me being queer. I don't think actually it's me being super different from other people to say that, like, you are not going to die because you're not like getting any for like a specific period of time. Brother, people are so weird about this. They're so weird about like lengthy periods where they were not able for whatever reason. And I'm just like, what? What? Someone said you're so weird for that. No, thank you. Like, I genuinely have always seen that as weird. I'm like, that cannot be an ace thing. It can't be an ace thing to think that it's weird the way people are. I'm so sorry. You should not be having to be like, oh yeah, well, my husband has to do this because people die. People die. Dude, it's a no from me. It's a no. Someone said you can regulate, you're not a child. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. Like, listen, I understand like human connection and human needs or whatever, like, but you have a wife. You have this is just a stock photo. You have a human connection right here. And this isn't even also something forever. You know that this isn't going to be the rest of your life. I don't get what the difference is between you being respectful of the person that you took vows to in the short term and then moving into the next stage of your life, or you blowing all this up and cheating on her right now, just a few months into this person's diagnosis. I don't understand it, and I don't think it has. Someone said it shouldn't be hot. It shouldn't be a hot take, but it's like seen as such a hot take of just this expectation that like, no, it's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me, dog. It's a no. Anyway, moving on. That's quite enough of this. That was horrible advice. That was horrible advice. Okay, wait. I need to read this one first to make sure it's nothing super weird. Conservative and religious backgrounds. We have 6 children. We lived as roommates. Oh. Let's do this one. Okay, let's do this one. Someone said if I went 6 years without getting any, you'll live. Someone said I never understand cheating as an ace person. Yeah, no, I call it ace brain rot. And listen, I'm usually talking to everybody in chat. I'm usually talking to everybody. But right now I'm talking to my fellow ace people in chat. I know that you're here. I call it ace brain rot. It's a joke that I can make. But do you ever sometimes feel like you genuinely do not understand some sort of like collective hallucination? Sometimes that's how I feel as an ace person. That's my experience. That's my specific experience of like, oh, this must be that ace brain rot where something that to me seems really obvious, I guess the entire world is going to say that this is actually a really real thing that exists. And I'm over here like, no, I don't think you should cheat on people. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't think that like, you know that you're going to be without having this sort of relationship. So you have to find somebody else so that you can continue to be in a sexual relationship as soon as possible. I don't believe that because that doesn't track in my mind. But again, I feel like an alien sometimes. Dude, I feel like an alien sometimes just being out here just like, I know for sure I wouldn't care either way. But the way that people care so strongly and deeply about this, I'm like, I've got to be on the outside. I have to be missing a joke. Am I missing a joke? But anyways, enough about that. Like, I'm so sorry. Help. My husband has been secretly fulfilling his needs for years. Now I have a plan that's really freaking him out. Someone said the coworker's a monster too. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. You thought that you weren't finna get smoke? I didn't even think about this person. You are over here. Where's the coworker? You are over here cheating with the coworker. And this person knows, listen, you may not know a lot about your coworkers, but you probably know if one of them has a wife that is dying of cancer and you're in a relationship with them. You're cheating with someone whose wife is dying. You do know that. So whereas, yeah, it's not like this one specific person is responsible for this man's choices. You suck so bad for this. This is crazy behavior. I could not imagine having that little respect for somebody, and like yourself as well. Because what kind of lack of self-respect is like, oh yeah, this person's married, but he chose me. Actually, I feel my unpopular opinions like jumping out right now. I don't know why I'm being so controversial. I don't think this is not a controversial take, but I'm so sorry. Cheaters? Not the people who cheat on their partners, but the people who are being cheated with. There's no nice word for that, but they're also just cheaters. They're so pathetic. So pathetic. Like it's bad. I think it's much worse to cheat on somebody when you're the one in the relationship. You're in the relationship. And you're cheating on somebody. You're a horrible human being. But separately, that person that you're cheating with, that's so sad. That's insane. You're just like, oh yeah, I know that this person's in a relationship and will never be seen with me publicly, ever. Will never acknowledge me, is hiding the existence of our relationship. But I'm okay with that. You're like, brother, you're cracked. I could not wind up dead in that situation. I don't even understand like how this would ever happen to me specifically. I'm like, what do you mean you're not going to post me? I'd be like, what do you mean you're not going to tell anybody? A secret? Oh, nah. No. Someone should have some self-respect. Yeah, no. Again, it's not right the way that I feel like the third party, let's call them a third party, right? The way that third parties are treated in cheating scenarios as being responsible for breaking apart people's relationships, that's not right. That's not correct. People break apart their relationships well enough on their own. However, that doesn't change the fact that, I'm sorry, third parties in cheating relationships, I'm just like, that is sad. That's sad. Anyways, someone said, unless they don't know. No, if you don't know, then I just feel bad for you. If you don't know, I want to be really, 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 really clear with you. Nothing I just said applies to somebody who is accidentally partaking in cheating. That's not the same thing. Because you're not cheating if you don't believe that you're cheating. If you're not knowingly doing this, yeah, that is a completely separate thing. And I'm very sorry to anybody who is in that scenario, because that does happen, actually. People will lie to your face and have a whole family or something like that. And if that happens to you, I ain't talking about you. Don't worry. But that's also why, like, I just feel like cheating is so dangerous in general, too. Because, I don't know, like, you can't... I don't know, man. It's so dangerous. It's so dangerous for so many reasons. But someone said a coworker knows. Yeah, I know that she knew. All right, so let's go ahead and read this one. Dear D'Angelo, someone said happened to me. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry that you got caught up in somebody else cheating without realizing. It does happen, and that sucks. That's not your fault. I'm talking about those people who are proud of themselves. Like, I stole your man or your girl or whatever. Really? Brother. Ugh. Anyways, help. I just found out my husband is having an affair. Unfortunately. Oh, wait, that's the same one. Help. My husband has been secretly fulfilling his needs for years. Now I have a plan that's really freaking him out. Okay. Some years ago. Someone say if you're not knowingly doing it, you're also being cheated on. True. Some years ago, my husband confessed he was gay. Oh. I'm not equipped. This is going to be all kinds of complicated. Oh, okay. I'm recalibrating my expectations. It's funny. I read through this. I was just scanning to make sure it didn't have like super explicit language, but I missed that first one. Okay. We're back. Some years ago, my husband confessed he was gay after I found his secret porn folder on our shared computer. Oh no. We both came from conservative and religious backgrounds, and I truly believed that our vows meant something. I didn't want a divorce then, but now we are both retired, and I wonder if I do. My husband has had long-term affairs with men while I look the other way. You have 6 children? Oh no! You have 6 children and over a dozen grandchildren. Several are queer and one is trans. Okay. My husband and I love and accept them, but we kept his orientation secret. Oh my God. My husband doesn't think it's anyone's business what he does, not even me. Well, it doesn't matter because that right there is wrong. This right here is wrong. No matter what else in this may be complicated or simple, this is a bad take. What your husband does absolutely does concern you. Like, he's wrong. You can't just say that. You can't just be like, well, I have my own orientation and I can do whatever I want and you don't get to have an opinion on this. Brother, you're married to her. We lived as roommates for the majority of our marriage, and without the common concerns of raising our children, it feels like an... Girl, leave. It feels like inertia is now the only thing holding us together. I'm lonely. I tried to bring up the idea of me finding a companion of my own because I still have sexual desires, and my husband freaked out. It doesn't even matter that. Take away the complexity, or what appears to be complexity to you. Take away the gay aspect. You're literally just saying you're with a person who is cheating on you. Your kids are grown, been grown, so you're not staying together for the kids no more. He's cheating on you, doesn't even tell you who he's with, and expects you to stay with him and also never leave him. No. Dip. He has needs that I can't essentially fulfill, but I'm still his wife. He can't imagine me with another man. Oh, he better get creative. Baby, you better get creative real quick, is what I have to say. Use that imagination. I was a stay-at-home mom and a part-time teacher. To be blunt, I can't afford to leave. Oh my God, that's bad. I can't afford to leave and am terrified of being a burden on my children. And I don't know how they would react. My husband's a devoted father and grandfather. I don't want to taint that in my family's eyes and make them think our marriage is a lie. So much of this, like, I have to do repair work for my man making horrible choices. I can't let anybody find out how bad of a person I'm married to. There were a lot of good years and my husband never wavered during my 2 bouts with cancer. Well, I still love him, but part of me resents him for having his cake and leaving me with crumbs. Is there any hope? Signed, Lost and Lonely. There's so much going on here. That was relatively short. Okay. Leave. That's my only advice. I'm not going to sit here and try to pick apart the complexities of religious trauma or being closeted for safety reasons or lavender marriages or whatever. But I'm telling you right now, I think the only reason right here that this person gave for why they would not possibly be able to leave is, where was it? I can't afford. Control F. Yeah, I can't afford to leave. I think this is the only thing that is keeping you here. And all I'm saying is, like, what do you mean by that? Because maybe you can. Is this something that he has made you believe that you can't afford to leave? This is so tricky. This is so tricky because essentially what this person is saying is that they're being mistreated or abused actually, and they feel like they can't afford to leave. I personally believe that cheating on someone for any reason and also telling them that you're not going to ever give them details about this, and then also like freaking out when they try to leave you, is a form of emotional abuse, obviously. So it's really not as simple for me from the outside to be like, oh, this sounds like you're describing an emotionally abusive person. Leave. Why aren't you leaving? I would have been left yesterday. Oh God, this is so bad. This is actually so bad. Yeah. I guess my answer is therapy. Hopefully therapy. Start with that, and then somebody else who is more qualified than me can like help you understand what leaving might look like. That's all. I'm not actually somebody on the outside like, oh, why didn't she leave? That's never helpful. I didn't even really realize what was going on here until I put it all together. I'm like, you're describing somebody who, like, what does he freaked out mean? That's really weird. My husband freaked out when you brought up the idea of doing other things. That's really odd. And you feel like you can't afford to leave? Nah. It's therapy. A million times therapy. And listen, if Prudence's advice is anything other than get therapy, I'm going to be pissed because Prudence is 1 for 2. We read 2 of these stories. One of the things, no, Prudence is 0 for 2. The first advice she gave was like, oh, your aunt is being homophobic. Educate her, send her some resources to help her learn and grow out of her religious homophobia. That was bad advice. And then the second advice she gave was like, oh, your husband was cheating on you because you had cancer. You're right. You shouldn't tell anybody. Just gently tell him that you found out, but that you understand why he did it. You're 0 for 2. So if this right here is not good advice, I'm finna... Okay, hold on. This better be good advice. So Prudence says, Dear Lonely, I'm so sorry. I can only imagine how lonely you feel and how much of a toll keeping your husband's secret has taken on you. I can understand why he didn't feel safe coming out before he did, but my empathy for him ends there. Oh, we might finally be able to get some good advice in here. Prudence might have cooked with this one. Okay, hold on. He's been allowed to live the life he wants to live to an extent without any concern for your experience. The least he could do would have been to give you his blessing to have relationships outside the marriage just like he did. One thing I would encourage you to do is let go of the fear about what your family would think of your marriage if they knew the truth. That's good. Yes, that's good advice. There's a good chance they can already see that you two live as roommates held together by Mersha. Also, who cares? Would the feeling that your kids understand why things aren't great between the partners be any worse than what you're feeling now? If we only had to consider the emotional side, I'd tell you pack your bags and get out of there. Answering any questions about the divorce with a lot of it's not my place to share. Something tells me the kids might already have a hint about his orientation too, but I do think it would be wrong for you to out him to them. Yeah, I don't think you have to do all that. You could just leave. I can't dismiss your concerns about whether you'd be able to afford to move on your own. I can encourage you to scrutinize them and see if there are possibilities you haven't thought of. Yeah. What would you do if your husband suddenly left you, which I hate to say is not an impossibility? He might be eyeing that tenuous inertia connection as much as you are, and as we know, has had a little trouble stepping out before. Could you afford to live with the room? Okay, so they're basically saying, like, evaluate. They don't seem to be saying get therapy. So I would say this is 95% good advice. 95% of this, Prudence 8. That being said, you still need therapy, because what I worry is that, like, everything that is here in this advice, it might honestly kind of not even register the same way it would to somebody who has worked through some of this and understands why her husband is wrong. I think this seems like this person doesn't understand why her husband is wrong currently. And that's something that I think you would have to work on. That way you can stop feeling like a bad person. You're not a bad person, but you have to truly believe that in yourself, which is why, like, therapy. But yeah, no, that's all. This is so interesting. So they said tell a trusted person? Was that what it said? Oh, wait, hold on, wait. Wait, this is a different one. This one has multiple answers. Okay, yeah, but no, Prudence didn't mention therapy. That's my little bit of advice. Get some therapy, please. Some I saw therapist mentioned. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, it was the next 3 words. It was the next 3 words. I read, share the story of what happened in your marriage with at least one trusted person. And then I stopped reading and started ranting. But if I had read 3 more words, I would have seen that Prudence actually did mention therapy. I just can't read. So that's fine. That's okay. I'm smart. I'm a smart person. I'm not stupid all the time, but I was just now. So this is actually good advice, though. I don't have any opinions or thoughts. How did she give good advice after giving some of the worst advice I ever seen? You know what, though? Maybe it's just that, like, Prudence is a person. So it's a rare Prudence W. No, like, that's the thing, is like, we're trying to be nuanced over here, even though I'm just going off of vibes without even reading complete sentences. Prudence is a person. She's not a real person. But, like, people can give good advice and bad advice. I'm sure I've given a lot of bad advice during the stream. I've been talking for 2 hours and 46 minutes. I doubt all of it was good. So I'm going to say, Prudence, I'm going to stop side-eyeing you. maybe there's some good stuff here. I mean, dude, that last advice was such an L, though. Like, this is crazy levels of fumbling. I feel like someone said, what is Prudence? A pseudonym for Slate's advice columnists. I feel like if I made a YouTube video and I read out this advice, I read this story right here where I was like, oh, somebody, my husband's cheating on me because I have cancer, but I understand. And I don't want him to feel bad or his family to find out. And then I came on my channel and said, yeah, this person's right. Your cancer is really hard for your husband, which is true, obviously, on some level. But because of that, him cheating on you makes sense. So just talk to him about it a little bit. But yeah, no, you're right. That's what Prudence said. I feel like if I said that, would y'all not unsubscribe? I would seriously, genuinely hope that you would unsubscribe if I ever said that in a video or even made it seem. I mean, okay. What you should do is, like, give me one shot. Give me one more video if I ever said anything that sounded that stupid. Maybe I might have missed something. But no, if you actually genuinely thought that I said that, you should probably just dip. Yeah, people are saying immediate unsub. So no, like, this isn't even just bad advice. This is like unsubscribe level advice that Prudence gave. This is career ending advice, in my opinion. So no, you still sus. I'm sorry. You still sus for that. Someone said we would not let you forget that and leave paragraphs in the comments. Yeah, no. No. It's a no for me, dog. Okay, anyways, moving on. Wait, but like, they have more than one in here though. They have a second one like right here. What's the I'm curious. I want to go through this page and then I'll leave. I'm sorry. These are so funny. Someone said I'd write a mean comment because you're out of your mind. I would hope so. I would hope you did leave a mean comment if I ever said that. I've been dating this woman for 9 months. Anytime I see the phrase 9 months, I'm just like, you could have had a baby. Like, I'm 12. I think I've actually been making that joke since I was like 4. Anytime I see the phrase 9 months, I'm like, 9 months? You could have had a baby. Stupidest reaction ever, but I can't turn my brain off. They've been dating this woman for 9 months. They could have had a baby. And it's gotten very serious, at least in my mind, and I think hers too. We're both in our late 50s, and she's retired, and I'm still working for myself. We haven't talked about money, but I know she owns 2 homes. Ooh. Oh, nah. Keep her. Oh, nah, keep her. She owns 2 homes, has a very expensive car, and takes expensive trips. You could be a sugar baby. Do you know how hard it is to glitch into this position as, I'm assuming this person's a man in your late 50s? Usually you have to be the one. You have to be like, oh yeah, I'll be a sugar daddy. I'll pay for you. She likes you and she got 2 houses and hella money. You better start saying whatever you need to say. Okay, she has a very expensive car, takes expensive trips. She seems well off, which is great. I'm truly happy for her. I'm still working and I don't have enough saved to retire. Someone to leave that woman and her money alone. Listen to me. 95% of me is like, being rich doesn't mean you're a good person, and I believe that. That's true. So having money alone is not enough for me to say, oh, you should pursue this relationship. But I think 5% of me is like, yes, I do the cooking. Yes, I do the cleaning. Like, tell me what you need. I'll be in there playing PS5. You could go be famous, successful, rich. What is it that you want out of me? How can someone said you need to add to her piece? Explain to me how to add to your piece without me having to have a job. And I'll do that. You'd be like, oh, I just want someone to vent to. Well, suddenly I'm a therapist. I actually paid for me to go to school. You can't do therapy for your family members, but you know what? No, like, what is it that you're actually looking for? Oh, I just want some sort of eye candy. Gold's Gym. You could pay for that, right? Slide me that membership. I'm going to turn into Dwayne The Rock Johnson if that's what you're looking for. No, like, sorry. The issue is that for the length of the relationship, I've paid for everything. Every dinner, lunch, breakfast, and hotel. I'm fine doing that. I think I'm a generous person and I understand while we're dating, I'm courting her and I'm not the kind of guy that would ever ask her to split. Oh, this plot twist. Not this plot twist. But I'm wondering if that's the way it will always be. And moreover, do I need to think of working longer to have enough money to pay for everything forever? I'm truly crazy about this woman and would do anything for her. I'm just wondering if I should bring this up and when and how. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Everything I just said in the last 5, 6, 7 minutes, 6, 7. Don't make the joke. I made it for you. Don't worry about it. You should be really cautious and follow your heart. It sounds like you have some doubt in your heart. Go with the doubt. Slow down a little bit. This isn't what I thought it was going to be. You're not going to become the world's first 50-year-old sugar baby man. It doesn't seem like that's in the cards for you. This is so funny. Someone said, oh, I'm not hungry. Yeah, no, never mind. Actually, this isn't working out. Wait, okay. What are they asking? They're basically just saying, like, I'm wondering if she's always going to pay for everything or I'm wondering if I have to pay for everything for her, even though she has money forever. And it's making me feel a little bit weird. I have two thoughts on this. My first thought is like, leave. You saying you have weird feelings? Well, I mean, talk to her first. And you're like, hey, I feel like this is really uneven. Why can't we split this? Because that would work for me better financially. But if that doesn't work, leave. But my second thought is like, is she scamming you? Because I'm like, okay, I'm of two minds. I'm of two minds about this. My first thought is that like rich people are stingy. They are annoying and they love not paying for things, even though they have money. Actually, one thing that people don't talk about enough is like rich people like stealing a lot. They're obsessed with it, of like having enough things and being like, I should also have this other thing without paying for it. So I believe that this could be real, but you say you think she owns 2 homes and has a car and takes expensive trips. Is this true? Is this true? I'm so seated. I'm sad. Maybe there's nothing here and I'm reading too much subtext into this, but part of me is like, this is really, really sus. But yeah, no, I would say just talk to her about it and be like, this is not working for me financially. Can we please split things? And if she says no, then leave. Oh nah, this is really weird. This is really, 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 really weird. Some say he needs to talk to her. She might just have very old school views. It could be that. It could literally be as simple as her just believing that like men should pay for everything or whatever. Which, hey, if that's her belief and that's not your belief, then maybe it won't work out for you. But yeah, no, communication would solve a lot of this. But part of me is like, do you have 2 houses? Did he go to both? Have you been to both of these houses? This is so weird. So no, this is weird. Some say it might not be what the person writing it thinks. Yeah. Oh, that's so interesting. But yeah, they could be right. We could just take it at face value. Let's see what Prudence says. Dear, not sure. I think this has to start with an Excel spreadsheet. Wait, I think Prudence is about to eat. Or whatever you use to evaluate your budget. Given what you want to save for retirement and all of your other expenses, what can you afford to spend on entertainment? Crunch the numbers. The figure you end up with will have nothing to do with your girlfriend's wealth and nothing to do with how much you love her, but it will be something that represents a sense of comfort and security for you and that you protect regardless of what's going on in your life. Okay, so she's saying establish a boundary and stick to it that is not influenced by this other person's feelings. That's great advice. Start making your plans with this number in mind and be transparent about it. This might lead to things like saying, I've taken a look at my spending and retirement savings goals. I can afford dinner once a week or a trip every 3 months. Would you be okay if we cooked at home more often? Yeah, but like which home? You need to try to stay at her house to make sure she owns both of these houses. Cooked at home more often, stayed in town to do some fun things in our own city. Her responses will either be no problem or I'm happy to pay or how broken unchivalrous of you, it's over. Either way, your 401k will be on track and you'll have more information about whether she's crazy about you as you are about her. No, this is good advice. That's it. That's the end of it. I read the whole thing before going off. No, she ate with that advice. That's what I would say as well. Like, just talk to her and then leave really fast if you get a bad vibe. That's so funny. See, you're dating... No, I'm moving on. Okay, so I think there's only one left here. Yeah. Oh, no, there's only one left here. Okay. I'm going to do it. Dear D'Angelo, my partner and I have been living together for 5 years, but we live together separately as he has 4 teenagers. 4 teenagers? At one point, my parents had 3 teenagers. Awful, horrendous, horrific. I mean, I love them because those 3 teenagers were my siblings. So, oh, nah. Someone said this has been so fun. I'm glad because I'm having fun right now. 4 teenagers. I have no desire to be described as an evil stepmother for wanting my home to be clean, quiet, and taken care of. Period. No, I support you. I have seen his kids completely trash the house within an hour of a cleaner coming and act surprised when they get mold and roaches from leaving dirty dishes under their beds. First of all, I have sensory issues. I have sensory issues. So I would have been like, I'm never coming back to your house ever again. I'm sorry. I love you as a person, but you have roaches and mold because you keep dishes under your bed. No. 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 My partner is oh no. Oh god. My partner is good and involved dad, but their mom is basically all but given up trying to civilize them. Her answer to any parenting challenges is throw her hands up in the air and ask what does anyone expect her to do. They will not listen and do what they want anyway, so I'm rarely around the kids for anything more than a few hours anymore. I'm the opposite with my cousin. What? There's a cousin? What? Okay. With my cousin, there's a big age gap, but she's my only cousin. I've doted on her since she was small. She is sweet, smart, and on her way to be a huge success. She got into a special program that lets her go to college at 16 and stay on campus. It is nearby, so I will occasionally take her out or just bring her over to hang out. Okay, that makes sense. Well, this has become a thorn in the side of my partner. Oh. And recently he complained that I ignore his kids and don't try hard enough. Someone said, so blame the mom. Yeah, no, that is interesting that like him having 4 teenagers and these 4 teenagers distributing some just nasty behavior gets completely pinned on the mom. My partner's a good and involved dad, but their mom sucks. And she's the reason why these kids are slobs. Okay. Let's keep reading. I called BS. I made every attempt over the years to get close to his kids, from going to sports games to paying for expensive family vacations. The most I got back was a half-hearted thank you, and only after their grandmother reminded them. Well, I mean, they are teenagers. Like, okay. Yeah, maybe you should expect them to clean up after themselves, but kids aren't gonna really be super receptive to you trying to ingratiate yourselves to them or like intrude on their lives. This is just teenager behavior. If I push closer, I get pushed back. Yes, this is how teenagers work. If I leave them alone, I'm not trying hard enough. There's no way to win, so I don't play. I get along with his kids because we're in each other's pockets 24/7. Maybe it will be different when they're out there in the world and find partners, and roommates are not going to clean up after them automatically. Right now, this arrangement works. Lastly, it says, I've also pointed out my partner has never taken it on himself to try to get close with anyone in my family, not even my parents. Why are you describing your partner as a good person? I've been hearing so many red flags, but hold on. And my cousin is basically my goddaughter. He insists that it's different. I don't see how. We keep going around and around on the subject. I love him, but I'm tired. How do I tell him that this is what works and I'm not turning into Julie Andrews? Signed, Clash on Kids. Is it going to be too predictable if I look at the scenario that has you, these 4 teenagers, your cousin, these kids' moms, and this man, and say, it's the man who's the problem? Honestly, there may be other people who are at risk of, getting labeled inconsiderate, but actually, it seems like you've just taken 4 paragraphs to explain that your partner does not your partner he's okay with you considering all the bad parenting habits to be attributed to his wife, but you think he's a good dad. I promise you that's not happening. Also, it seems like he's constantly complaining that you're not paying enough attention to his kids. He insists that it's different. Yeah, it's him. He is complaining that you're not paying attention to his kids, which are poorly behaved, which you think that he has nothing to do with. And also, he's not even doing the same for you. It's him. You know what? I'm finna project. Listen to me. I'm about to sit here and project. I don't even know these people's whole situation, but I'm making up a whole backstory for the mom. I'm making up a backstory for her right now. It says, Her answer to any parenting challenge is to throw her hands up and ask, what does anyone expect her to do? Is this why she's throwing her hands up? Or is it because no matter how hard you are trying to be a good parent, you're getting constantly undercut and undermined by somebody who is taking the credit for any bit of good that your kids are doing while you get labeled with all of the bad, and then saying, well, you know what, at this point, what does anyone expect me to do? I'm projecting. I'm finna project. Someone said that the dad's no, yeah, like, I'm so sorry. You could definitely read this on the surface level and be like, okay, yes, it's the mom's fault that the kids are like this, and the dad's a good dad. He's trying despite this horrible mom. But you're describing this other behavior of your current partner being trash, trying to get you to give up on your boundaries. You said that you don't want people making your house dirty. You're not bad for having that boundary. You say that he has the double standard where he wants you to get closer to his kids, but not getting closer to yours. Where is this amazing father that you speak of? No, it's a no for me, dog. It's no. Someone said dad's probably turning the teens against the mom. Look, that's me projecting because I don't know. I'm not in their household. All I've seen, actually, you know what? Anytime somebody blames one parent for something, or anytime you have two parents and one of them is considered to be a good parent and the other one is not, really publicly, like everyone in your life believes that you're the good parent and that your partner is the one who's like bad or whatever, I usually am like, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. I know that it's the opposite. I know that it's the opposite. I've never seen that be true. Not even once. Now, I've seen uneven parents. I've definitely seen one parent try and get undermined, but it's almost always the case that the person who is doing the undermining also gets propped up by everybody else around them as actually, no, they're the good parent. Yeah, it's you. You're yeah. Oh yeah, you're really doing the most. I always come into this sideways of like, I don't know if this is what it seems, but listen, all we can do is speculate. I don't know the truth about the scenario at all. Let's go ahead and see what Prudence has to say. Someone said both my parents get equal blame. Yeah. Someone said, wait, no, look right here. It says, someone said, I used to believe my dad was better because he never made any rules. My mom was the better parent. This is what I'm saying. A lot of times when one parent is considered to be the good one or whatever, it's actually because they're engaging on a level that is so superficial, you're never actually upsetting the kids. That's not being a good parent. When your parenting is so in the wheelhouse of like, oh, good things. Yes, I'm going to be the one who takes you to Disneyland. Yes, I'm going to be the one who gives you things. And your other parent's the one who's going to discipline you or whatever. And then the kids love you. And everybody sees your relationship with your kids. And they see your kids have consternation with you, specifically, the parent who's trying. That's why I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. No. It's a no for me, dog, personally. But that's just some people. Every family's different. Maybe, some people can just be nice and also the better parent, but it's never the nicer parent that's the better parent. You don't want to engage. You don't want nobody to hate you. Somebody said emotional neglect supreme, friend parenting. Yeah, no, the fun parent trying to be your friend and not your parent. I've seen that so much. The typical fun dad, mean mom trope. Someone said that's how my mom made me not hate her. Turns out the father who I was annoyed at, who tried, was better at parenting. Yeah, no, like, yeah, that's so weird. You should definitely at some point in your life be at odds with your kid. You should definitely be like, oh, okay, what you're doing right now is not matching up with what I believe you should be doing. So we got to talk this out. But if you're never willing to do that, and it's always somebody else's responsibility, and you just swoop in to hand out party favors, essentially, goodie bag. Oh, that's so interesting. Someone said, "Joke's on you. Both my parents are trying to be the fun parent." Oh, nah. That's. I hope that worked out for you. I hope that worked out for you. Both of your parents are trying to be the fun parent simultaneously. Oh, I've never even seen that. I don't even know what that looks like. But I can imagine it. I hope that was fine. Oh no. Reading chat. Someone said dad's getting a standing ovation for the littlest things. Yeah, definitely so. It's also, so I was the eldest, so not really. Oh no. Fun dad, mean mom is always misogyny low key. I believe it. I do. It worked out okay for my siblings. Oh, so do you feel like you were like, do you low key feel like you were the guinea pig or like the test model? Because I'm also the oldest and I feel the same way of like, oh, my parents were learning how to be a parent with me, which is great. They never knew how to do that. No one gave them an instruction manual. But then like everyone who came after me, you're so much better at being a parent. And then it's like, that's such a real thing. I was the guinea pig child. And listen, like they were trying. They literally were trying. I'm not actually, I don't blame my parents for this. I think they just were not experienced at having a child. And so they made choices initially that were just like not it. And then you see how it works for me. And I'm over here like, oh no. And then they're like, oh, let's not do that again. And so then you get the people who come after. And I'm like, wow, must be nice. Dude, it's wild. Someone said thanks to the older sibs. Yeah, no, because then it's like, again, it's the two minds thing where on the one hand, you're like, I am grateful for, my family situation could have been worse. So I'm grateful that I had, two parents or whatever, and this, that, the other. And you're trying to be like understanding. And you're like, it's not my parents' fault and it's not my siblings' fault. Like, how can you know what you don't know? You know better, you do better. But then there's the other part of me that's like, I was a crash test dummy. Actually, genuinely, like I was just how they learned what makes a child break. And then they didn't do that because they're like, oh, we've gone a little bit beyond the safety rating. So I'm over here like, yeah, I'm trying to be really adult and normal about this, but like, is that not a... Brother, life is just so difficult, honestly. Life is so complex and full of so many interesting and conflicting experiences. And as an adult, a 27-year-old who has complex thoughts and opinions, you have to sit with all kinds of opinions. I am happy for the childhood that I had to some extent, but like... Someone said being youngest is a different level of trauma no one else understands. And someone else said being the middle... there's the middle child neglect. No, like... I agree. Someone said my older siblings are bitter AF and they take it out on me. Yeah, that's not right. And I hope I don't do that with my siblings. I don't consider that to be their fault. I don't really consider it to be my parents' fault. That's the weirdest thing ever is like a lot of times, or a lot of the things that I've had to work through from like a therapy standpoint was me realizing that actually the thing that I'm really pissed about was no one's fault. And I'm like, what? But I'm angry. So clearly this must be someone's fault. And it's like, no, D'Angelo, actually you suffered, but no one intentionally did anything to you. And it's like, what? And then I'm just like, that is such a complex thing to unpack of forgiving nobody. I've had to do so much forgiving of no one because no one did anything. I don't know. Like it's so interesting. There's this lyric from Florence and the Machine, and I'm going to explain it to you. Florence and the Machine parking lot lyric. I swear she has a lyric in this one song. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, nah. Hold on. Wait. I'm going to find this one lyric for y'all because it explains how I'm trying to explain better than I can explain. Okay. Florence lyric. All of her lyrics are pretty good. Oh, here it is. Okay. It's not a parking lot. It's the middle of the street. She says, and I'm freaking out in the middle of the street with the complete conviction of someone who's never had anything actually really bad happen to them. But I am committed now to the feeling. I feel like there's so many different ways that trauma can manifest. Now, to be clear, bad things have happened to me because I am just a person in this world. But like, I do feel like a lot of what really grinds my gears or things that I've had to like learn and grow from was like technically fine. And that's also why I don't even talk to most people about like how I feel or things like that, because I'm just like, well, I guess technically, what is it that what are you upset about? Like, my feelings are valid. Someone said neglect is abuse too. I wasn't neglected. Yeah, I was not neglected. That's the interesting thing about it. I don't know. It's really interesting. Someone said I feel like that, but bad things did happen. Well, then that's a tricky thing too, because I also have a tendency to downplay things that have happened to me and be like, oh, nothing ever happened. But then I think back about childhood and I'm like, oh, wait. Yeah, they did. I don't know. It's so dumb. Someone said being a gifted kid is traumatic. Well, no. Okay. Because look, let me explain it like this. If you're like, oh, essentially I was born. That's the first step that I did. And then my parents helped me and got me a really solid education and then supported me as I continued to learn and grow. And anything that I wanted to learn how to do, I pretty much had the resources to do that. As long as it didn't cost too much money, because we didn't have a lot of money. And I then got into college, which my parents helped me with as well. My parents and hella scholarships. And then I've been supported in my YouTube career and all of these things. And like, yeah, that was essentially my childhood. And then I started explaining to people, but like parts of that manifested in a way that were much more traumatic than they sound. Then I just start sounding insane, right? Like, obviously there are other things that have happened that other people would easily be able to identify as, oh, I could see how that would be traumatic. But if I'm trying to explain, like, I don't know, having everything that you want to do seen as a possibility when you're a kid is like its own little different kind of trauma too, because then it's like, can you ever really fail at anything if everything you do is with the expectation that you can like take it to this next level? Because then when like you start not growing, learning, and improving, all of a sudden you start feeling like, uh-oh, that machine that was ticking, it's not ticking anymore. That's the best way I can explain it. When you work a certain way the whole time and you sometimes feel like you're on a tightrope or like on thin ice of like, I know how to perform well. I know how to get people to think that I'm smart. I've always known that since I was 4. People think that I'm smart now. I don't believe that. I think I'm still the same person I was when I was 4. Where I was like, oh yeah, I can just mask in this way and people interpret this as like, oh, he's trying, you know, or I can work so hard that I don't sleep and then people are like, oh, he's really smart. I can neglect myself and then people think that I'm like a good worker or whatever. So that's why it's really hard to explain parts of what is traumatic about that experience. Because if I say that's traumatic, that's when you get people on the outside laughing at you. They're laughing at you. They're like, you literally just said your parents educated you, sent you off to college, and people helped you with that, and then you went on to have a successful career, and you're talking about trauma. I'm like, I guess I'm not comparing myself to anybody else. I'm also leaving out a lot of stuff. That was more obviously traumatic. But yeah, no, I don't know, man. Like, it sucks. And that's what makes me feel sometimes like I'm freaking out in the middle of the street with a complete conviction of someone who's never had anything actually really bad happen to them. Because I look around me and I see people and I'm like, oh, no, that makes sense. Yeah, what I went through, that was just some weird thing that you have to talk to a therapist about over a period of months before they understand why that was a bad thing. But like, it's really, really tricky, buddy. It's really tricky. Someone said not being able to or just not wanting to keep up with the gifted kid cycle is so frustrating. That's what I hate though, because like, I don't know. I hate talking about it because I feel like people hear gifted kid and then their mind just goes to a certain kind of person. And I try not to get into this gifted kid scenario. Like, okay, here's an example. When I was really young, like in elementary school, public school, they pulled me out of some of my normal classes and put me into things. It was called GT, the GT program, Gifted and Talented, because I had really good grades and I was a little bit younger than everybody else too. And everyone was so proud of me. They're like, yeah, you're in GT. I still remember my GT teacher. She was really cool. And so I'm thinking to myself as a really young person, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever age I was. I'm like, yeah, this is great. I'm performing really well. And then I'm like 27 thinking back and I'm like, wait, you pulled me out of a stable environment, isolated me with just a few people, and we're like, you have to work harder than your normal schoolwork. I now personally interpret that as trauma. That's me. That's my personal experience. I know, so some of you that might not even sound like that big of a deal, or like it might sound really obvious or whatever, but I'm just like, that wasn't good. And when things are happening to you like that and happening like that to you and you're like 5, you get this image of yourself of like, this is the only time that people compliment me. Also, people are really, really bad at wording compliments to kids without it sounding like you would not be validated if you had not done the thing. Your kid performs really well at sports and you tell them that's really good. I'm really proud of you. You got number 1 and that's great. But like, sometimes I feel like it should be more like, oh, you got number 1 and that was a byproduct of you working really hard all season and we're super proud of you. Regardless of what that outcome was, you did great. That would have been a little bit helpful for me when I was younger. If somebody said like, yeah, no, like this is really cool that you succeeded, but like, you don't have to succeed at everything or anything actually. You're just a child. I bring up a lot of music because I process a lot of my feelings through music, right? There's this group called Group Therapy, or they used to be called Group Therapy, but now they're called Party of Two. And they have this one album, and I want to show you the name of the album. It's called I Was Mature for My Age, but I was still a child. Uh-oh. I would like tattoo that on the back of my eyelids. I wouldn't, because that's too many words. But that's how I feel about my childhood. If I had to explain to somebody why I found a lot of it to actually be quite shocking and traumatic and bad for me, it's because maturity, as it was traditionally understood, cannot be expressed by a child. Children aren't mature. They can't be mature. It doesn't matter if your child is doing things that you believe are amazing compared to other children their age. They're not mature. They're a child and should only ever be treated as such. But unfortunately, I fell into this mature camp. And there was a bunch of things too, where like I was mature because of my academic performance, going to college early, graduating early. I was mature because I was the oldest of my siblings and I was taking care of them, right? I was mature for all of these reasons. And it's like, but I definitely was still a child. And then the part that sucks is like, once your childhood ends, it's just over. So when I feel like my adolescence actually ended at age 15, when I began college, I never stopped working a day in my life. That's it. Essentially, like maybe there were some days before college where I was a child, maybe. And there definitely were plenty of them. Days where I had a day to myself and it didn't matter. And I was just a kid and my future wasn't dependent on the things that I was doing right now. But 15 years old, I entered what do you call it? Like an incoming student, 2014. Yeah, no, it was over. It was so over. It was over for me. And since then, I've never gotten, and I don't think that now, like, what is it, 12 years after I started college or something like that, I don't need to, like, reclaim anything. But, like, some say you start college at 15. Yeah, I did. And some say college at 16 for me. Yeah. And then college ended when I was 19. And then I got a job. And then I did YouTube. And this, that, the other. But I'm like, I consider college to be work. I really do. I had people that I reported to. I was working. And I would be punished had I not done my work. And also I had to get an internship. And I was working. And I'm like, why have I been working since I was 15? But then I think about it, I zoom out and I'm like, why have I been working since I was essentially like, honestly, chat, like 5 when they put me in GT. That's how I feel. Gifted, talented program. Gifted, talented program. Gifted education. Everybody else in GT was older than me. They really were, because I was in school early. I've always been in school early. That's why I graduated early. And when they pulled me out of one of my normal classes and said, you get to take this GT class. And then the same thing keeps happening when I'm in college as well. I was in honors, so I had to keep my GPA above a certain point or I would get dropped from the honors program and lose that scholarship. And again, I was still a minor when these things are happening. A minor when they're telling me, hey, you got to keep your grades above this threshold or you're going to have to pay more to go to school, which you actually can't afford. And then also one of my one of my scholarships, it was an amazing scholarship. Okay. I'm sorry, by the way, I realize this has turned into me venting, but I've never told this story before. And I want you to know that this is real and this is true. One of my scholarships was called the Be on Time loan. I don't know if it's still real, but it's amazing. I qualified for this, but the only way to get this scholarship is if you graduate on time. And I qualified for this for several years. So whereas most people, I believe, or forget most people, whereas the college experience that I thought that I was going to have as a child was like, yeah, I'm going to go there and I'm really going to learn how to do, I don't know, I'm going to make friends. I'm going to do all these things. Actually, I started college at 15. And what happened to me was if I did not graduate in 4 years, I would have to pay money that was unfathomable to me as a child. Oh, and then as a teenager. And money that my family couldn't have afforded. They really couldn't have done that. And that's not like unique. Many of us have to go into debt on some level. to get an education here in the United States. But I was just like, I can't do this. I don't know how I'm ever going to pay this back. I have to stay in school. I can't fail any of my classes. Imagine going to college and not being able to fail a class. Because if you fail a class, you might have to take it again, and that would push you back. So my final 2 semesters in school at 19, just the most stressful stuff ever, where every single day I would wake up and I'm going to be like, am I going to be in unthinkable debt? Or after my family helps me so much. That's what I thought too. Like, I didn't get this loan for no reason. Everyone was helping me go to school, and that's why I was able to get a college education. We couldn't afford that out of pocket. I was really thinking, like, you can't just be an ungrateful trash heap slacking off on your studies because you can afford to. You can't afford to. Your life is over if you fail even a class. And that was my college experience. And it was just the latest iteration of how I've always felt since I was basically 5. So yeah, I don't feel like at any point in the past 22 years I've ever taken a day off. I don't know. And I know that sounds really like privilege or whatever. I know you see me disappear from YouTube specifically. I have a lot of privilege in that I can actually take time off and stuff. But like, even when I guess I'm not explicitly doing one thing, I'm always thinking about like, but what should I be doing? I don't know, man. Who am I if not like better than before? That's the thing about school. It just keeps going up in a line. There is always something new to learn. You finish one grade, then you got to move right into the next. You're doing these like freshman classes. Okay, next you're going to be, sophomore. You scale it up and up and up and up and up. You have however many subscribers on your channel. Well, now you got to get this other play button. You know what I mean? Your content is this good. Well, now you've got to learn how to edit it like this. Oh, people are, saying what they're saying about your videos. You got to figure out how to do your videos live. You got to just, and it's fine. It's fine. Like, it's literally fine. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to sound ungrateful. I'm not ungrateful. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing. But that's just why sometimes I generally start feeling like, what would it actually feel like to wake up and just still see yourself as having any worth if you did not actively build, grow, or learn? I don't know. And I probably never will. That doesn't mean anything to me. And that's a very, 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 very common scenario. It's not unique to me. That's also why I try not to complain about this too much. I hate listening to influencers complain about their personal lives because they usually sound like they think that they're the only ones who have this sort of problem or whatever. No, I think almost anybody who was probably in GT wound up in the same scenario as me. I think someone said you don't sound ungrateful, you sound grateful and hurt. I'm going to try not to think about that comment too deeply, because I guess maybe I am grateful and hurt. That's interesting. And I didn't come on stream today for a therapy session. I don't think anybody's ever reduced me down to like 2 words. Damn, that's crazy. I wish I hadn't read that. Sorry. I'm not crashing out. I'm not. I know you see me crying on the outside. I'm not even upset. I cry a lot when I'm not upset. I guess I am grateful and hurt. Damn, I kind of hate whoever said that, because I was doing really, 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 really good. Actually, I explained the core issue of my existence on a live stream without actually getting emotional, which is really hard to do, but damn, you kind of just cut me down with that one. I'm not criticizing you. I'm not criticizing you. I'm glad you said that, because that's essentially what I just took like 15 minutes to say. Like, yeah, I am grateful. I'm grateful. I'm never not ungrateful. I'm terrified of seeming ungrateful. I am. I would never want to give that appearance. I guess that just doesn't mean that like any of this was easy or whatever, but like, oh my God, crazy, buddy, crazy. Someone said it's hard to be seen. Yeah, no, it is. Like, why is it that actually excavating yourself for the past 20 years or whatever, that's not the hard part? I'm like, I could sit here on the live stream and explain things that are a little hard to explain, but then let somebody like sum you up in 3 words and you're just like, oh no, I'm not much more complex than I was even when I was 5. I think I've been the same way ever since I was 5. Grateful and hurt a little bit, but like you can grow from being hurt though, and as long as you're remaining grateful, you're not going to mess things up, right? Someone said to help me to hear you explain the long way. Well, I'm glad. Someone said I come back to tears. Chat, don't worry, these are not like sad tears. This is something that happened to me as I got older. I cry now even when I'm not sad, actually. Like, I don't know why. That comment didn't make me sad. It just made me feel something. And nowadays when I feel something, I find myself in this exact position. I'd be explaining to people like, don't worry about me. Like, it's just tears. I don't know what happened for me personally. It was like passing mid-20s for some reason. Anytime before my mid-20s, I promise you never would have caught me in this position. Never. I'm like, me crying because I'm just vaguely emotional? I cried when things were terrible. I cried when things were awful. That's when I would cry. But then I hit a certain point and I'm like, oh no, I think I just cried a little bit just now for a few minutes because that's what my body did in reaction to how I was feeling, but that's fine. And that's how I would feel now. So like, I don't care. We ain't cutting it out of a live stream. I ain't apologizing. Someone said I'm crying right now. Actually, I'm an emotional person. Yeah, no, like, I don't know what happened. I cry when I'm overwhelmed just with any kind of emotion. This must be a phenomenon because same. Yeah. Someone said I feel grateful. Hold on. I'm going to read this comment out. And I just want y'all to let me know if you relate to this. I feel grateful, privileged, loved, but I'm so deeply hurt by the way things are. Do you feel that way? I think that's where I am. I think that's that weird paradox that literally applies to everything in my life. It's not just like my childhood or what. It's like me making internet content or having the job of being an influencer or living where I live, where things aren't perfect. But I'm like, if I had to describe it, I feel grateful, privileged, loved, and devastated. I'm devastated by the way that things are. And that's just a weird feeling. Now, I don't have every privilege that everybody has. Okay, I'm not always loved, but no, I absolutely am privileged. I am. And it just didn't lessen, I guess, the devastation of it all. Oh, buddy. Someone said empathy and self-awareness, knowing that you're so lucky compared to many others. Yeah, no, it's real. And you know what the thing about me is too, chat? Like, I used to be, someone said, I don't know about feeling loved. Well, I won't say it over a live stream because it's really parasocial. I don't know you, right? And I actually don't like when influencers say I love you. But you are a person and I have a lot of love for you. You know what I mean? I'm really glad that you're here. I know I'm definitely supposed to be like influencer supreme of like never playing into parasocial anything. I'm not being parasocial. A real person typed that message. A real person said that they don't know if they feel loved. Well, I know that you exist and I know that you're here, and I'm so grateful that anybody would watch me. I have love for the people who do that. So thank you. And I'm sorry that you don't feel that way. you know. And I'm sorry that I'm just on a screen and I can't say it in a way that is actually real. But where would I be without your support? Nowhere. So thank you. Maybe I could say I appreciate you. I don't know. I have love in my heart, and it's for people like you. So it's tricky. It's a really tricky scenario. Someone says it's not parasocial. Yeah, no, I don't know. Y'all are still people. I think we've gotten a little too extreme, maybe, with some of the parasocial stuff on the opposite side. This is a real hot take. This is a really, really hot take. I think it's okay to have love for people that you don't know. And so whereas I don't go around constantly saying, I love you guys, I love you. Creators say that all the time unthinkingly. And it's like, that's fine or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know everybody, but I do have love for them. I really, really do. I can't help that, I guess. If that makes sense, I don't know. If I just think of you as a person who exists and is here right now, I get hype. But yeah, no, I guess you don't know me, and that's why I'm not finna be like, oh, you owe me something, or yeah, I'm gonna like, you know, overshare this, that, the other. Like, those things are not, you have to be normal about it. But I think viewing the people in your audience as people and viewing yourself as a person, I don't know. You're not a number. You're literally not a number. I think if people say like, oh, you're just, people's followers are just followers. No. All of you are people with your own thoughts and stuff. Like, amazing commentary, D'Angelo. And that's actually how I think of my audience. So I can't help it. Maybe it's just the YouTuber brain rot where I'm like, no, my audience has people in it. Why would you not have love in your heart for people? But I was going to say though, I used to be really worried about being this way on my channel. We're like this stream's almost over. I'm gonna wrap it up soon, but like I've been here for like my 4 hours, and we did a little bit. We talked about some things. We talked about advice columns and whatever. Oh, we talked a little bit about, you know, politics, or why I didn't come here and do politics today. But what I never, ever, ever wanted people to see was like, oh, he starts talking about vague things and then cries or whatever. Because like, it's that really tricky thing where when you do have any sort of like, or my reaction to neurodivergence is like, I don't want people to see me when I don't think I'm representing myself well, is how I feel about like anxiety and depression and stuff like that. But like, I don't know. I think as I've gotten older, I've just let go of a lot of that. And so I'm not as concerned. He cried in a stream again. I think here's the thing, chat. Like, you get scared of seeming crazy. You get really scared of seeming crazy when maybe you're not as stable as other people, or what you perceive other people to be, and you think to yourself like, other creators don't go through this and this, that, the other, but like, this is just who I am, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. I guess it might be less uncomfortable maybe for some people if I was like, oh, sorry guys, I'm feeling uncomfortable. That was me simulating ending the live stream. You know, if I did that every single time, or I was like, oh, I don't want to talk about religion today, that's going to bother people, or I don't want to talk about culture, me being, you know, this, that, the other. If I was constantly policing myself in an effort to appear more stable to people online, I realized low key that was ableism to me. To myself. I wasn't actively being like bad. You know what I mean? But I was like, oh, I know how to mask super hard. No one's ever going to see that I've experienced anything, or that I have ADHD. No one's ever going to, like, I mean, everyone saw that I had ADHD. No one's ever going to see that I've had depression or this, that, the other. I was like, no one, never. Because, like, so few people do that. And then when people do that online, they get called, like, crazy. I think if you mention to somebody in a vacuum, like, oh, I've watched D'Angelo, I've been watching his live streams, and if I think back about it, I think he might have cried 2 or 3 times, 2.5 times in the less than 2 months he's been streaming. Chad, if you go and tell somebody he has like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, he streams for like all these hours at a time, they're going to think that I'm crazy. Or like deeply unstable or unwell or whatever. And I'm like, I don't care anymore. I was really scared of people invalidating the hard work that I do. I do work hard. I get my outlines together, and I'm still rational and logical when I have to be, but I also have feelings too. And so I realized, like, screw anybody, honestly, who has any opinions about me just being myself. If you didn't want to see that, then I don't know, you might have to stick to my older content. But yeah, no, I just feel like I want to stick up for the people who you just get mad and cry about things, but like, you're not crazy, because people they start invalidating you so quickly. Show the smallest bit of emotion online or to other people, and they're waiting for you to do it so they can be like, oh, all of your advocacy was fake. See, you are just like a crybaby, and ultimately you are just like weak or a victim or whatever. It's such a common experience, and you get like different versions of it depending on who you are. I get a version of that as a Black person. I know for sure that women get a version of that. Listen, I'm just some dude, but I'm not an idiot. I can see how, like, the moment you start displaying emotion, all the rationality is stripped away from you. But that's one version of that. You get a version of that when you're like, you could be an LGBT, and you also just get a version of that as a person, just as a normal human being. Well, that makes it sound like women are not normal human beings, but you know what I mean. Just, it doesn't matter who you are. You're going to have a version of this invalidation, but it gets compounded and like complicated by these other things as well. And I was like, I just don't want to be that Black guy. They're going to say like, oh God, he just goes on stream and like has all these emotions. He's loud. He's emotional. He's like, oh, that's racist or whatever. Like, I can't believe how anti myself I was. I literally can't believe how anti myself I was. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Someone said, I just want to cry. You definitely should. Like, I'm just, I am loud. Chat, I'm Black and I'm loud. Hold on a second. I'm Black, loud, and I do call everything racist. And what? I was so scared of like, I'm gonna lose all my credibility, because when you Black and you loud and you call, like, they're gonna be, okay, what else? I'm mentally ill and I cry sometimes as well. I would cry even if I wasn't mentally ill. Realizing that like all the things that I was scared about, I'm like, wait, but if these things are true, all I have to do is never shut up. Essentially, all I have to do is just be like, okay, you can say what you want. And you saw it happen recently. Somebody who threatened a lawsuit definitely did watch my video and be like, oh my God, you appear to be queer and you're Black and you're calling all these things racist and this is bad. And I used to never want to be that guy in that video, because then when people do that and they try to shut you down or whatever, I didn't want to put myself in that position. But now I'm just like, if y'all ain't finna lose your platforms over actually being racist, or misogynistic or transphobic or ableist. I never seen nobody lose their platform in any sort of meaningful way after doing these things. Why was I so scared of losing my platform for seeming too black, loud, gender non-conforming? The answer is because that used to be a reality, and it still is on some level. I think if I had started YouTube a while ago, you could have completely deplatformed me off of any single incident. I would have been joke of the week. And Chad, I often am joke of the week. People make fun of me, but that's fine. Me realizing like, hold on a second. As terrible as this world is, we made a little bit of progress because people do still keep watching my videos. I think I was so scared, like they're gonna stop listening to you. They finna stop listening to you. I was like, maybe we did make some progress where I can be these things and I don't have to worry about like sanitizing myself for everybody and this, that, the other. Like, so I refuse to do it. I refuse to do it. I refuse to do it anymore. And it's not even like, oh, you're going to get 5% sanitization. No, you burned me the hell out on trying to whitewash my presentation so that people don't get bothered or pissed off or annoyed by me. I'm burned out on it. I'm never doing it again. I'm never doing it again. I'm never, ever doing it again. I finally feel like I don't actually hate creating content now because it's not a game of like, oh, don't piss off all the people in your audience who they're here for like your research, but some things about you as a person they might not rock with or whatever. Oh, I know those people vanished long ago. I know they disintegrated like Thanos snapped the Infinity Gauntlet. Those people are gone. We done been lost them. I'm like, oh, D'Angelo, you don't ever want to like piss off the chuds or whatever. Oh, they hate me. They hate me now. They hate me now. But now I realize the thing that I was scared about, it's so much better to actually live it this way. It's so much better. Let me show you something. This is one of my biggest regrets, actually. D'Angelo Wallace Bad Baby. I have a couple of videos about her. Yeah, okay. So in this video, which is on a different channel about Bad Baby, I gave a 23-minute amazingly, like, in my opinion, nuanced take, and I really broke it down. And I was like, for context, chat, this was 6 years ago. I broke it down and I'm like, yes, people are gonna watch this video, and even if they don't understand the cultural appropriation debate, like, this is really gonna like educate some people. Are gonna come around. And then I was getting comments, they're probably not here right now. Oh, look, you have a lot of people right here quoting me. She's not acting black. She's acting like a black stereotype. That's deep. Me saying I'm not here to cancel anyone, you know, whatever. Like, someone said, I swear this guy's soul is 200 years old, because I was essentially being so nuanced. I was being so nice. And actually, I had some weird people in my comments. People I'm not going to name because it's just pointless drama. I had, at one point, the comments probably not even here anymore, but some cringe, like, reactionary was in my comments who has their own platform talking about like, oh yeah, you're the first person who's explained this in a way that, you know, like, makes sense or whatever. And I'm like, why am I building a platform on being the entry point for like weird, honestly reactionary, like, racist types? Why am I being so nice in my videos that even people who would probably hate aspects of myself, I said it so nicely it didn't piss them off? I really started thinking about that ever since I put this video out, which was a good video. And I was just like, and then I also, on my other channel, I have this one video where I talk about racist BuzzFeed. I think that was a good video too. It was really funny. And I did the same thing. This one's 5 years ago, where I go through and I take this video about Cut. It's this stupid channel where essentially they were asking black people questions about these things, and I did the same thing. I did the same thing in this video where I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm an entry point. Yeah, no, I have people in my audience. I have a responsibility. I don't want to alienate them, so I'm not going to go super hard on the racism aspect of this or whatever. But wow, 15,000 comments is actually crazy. But now I'm just like, actually, what if everybody who even had a shred of racism in their heart just gave up on me within the first 30 seconds of my video? That's how I feel. I really hope somebody clicked into that jelly roll video. I've been doing this on purpose lately. I've been doing this on purpose. I hope somebody clicked into that jelly roll video, saw my black self in the thumbnail, and was like, ooh, I wonder if I'm going to get a nuanced take from this creator. And instead you click in and I'm like, he's MAGA. He's been MAGA. And he will continue to be MAGA. Actually, he's a coward. You were fake Texan. You were fake Christian. I actually hope, it's happened to me several times now, and I've been happy about it. I remember, like, I made a video about Rachel Zegler. Do we know Rachel Zegler? And I don't even remember what I said in that video. But, like, people were really mad at it. And I was just like, this is good. And when I say people, I don't mean normal people. So Rachel Zegler, for context, y'all. Not, I mean, a perfect person, obviously, but gets crazy hate online. People were mad at her people were mad at her for playing Snow White, essentially, while also looking like this, aka not Snow White. And I made a video about Rachel Zegler, and I was like, I'm sorry, like, this is racist. This was racist when it was about y'all did the same thing with what's her face, Halle Bailey. I was like, this was racist when you did this with Halle Bailey. I was like, I'm not finna sit here and glaze Disney over what they're doing, but let's not pretend like this is the real reason why y'all are like ranting and raving about this kind of thing. And that might have been the first time. That I think I was like, oh, people clicked into this video, heard me, and then got mad and left. And I was like, this is how I want to live my life from now on. And so if you're wondering, like, why did Caleb Hammer react the way that he did? Part of it was because dude is not built for this, but part of it was because if he had gotten an earlier version of me, I would have been much nicer. I would have been so nice. And I would have been like, oh yeah, he's playing into these things, and like that might not have been his intention, and it's really sad because he had so much potential. I used to do that all the time, and I didn't realize it was low-key harmful. But yeah, because I was like, actually racist and misogynist and all these things, like rage. And I was like, this is so much better than trying to educate people. Actually, because that's not my responsibility at all. If somebody said I was still pretty nice, I do still feel like I was pretty nice, actually. But no, like, if somebody who is not me actually wants to work with someone like that until they get to a point where they can admit what they're doing is wrong, that's fine. But I didn't help myself by doing that. I didn't help anybody watching my content. So yeah, no, I just I don't like some of my older videos because I definitely was, I don't know, I don't want to call it cowardly. That seems a little bit unfair to me, but I was scared about what people would think about me. Someone said your bloodlust has grown. Definitely. Oh yeah, my desire for just like the smoke, all the smoke, it's there now. And yeah, no, my biggest mistakes for sure for my older content is just like, you really could have gone harder, or you shouldn't have like put your real feelings on this aside and tried to deliver something more palatable. Of course, when you do that, you're never thinking to yourself like, oh, this is propaganda. That's not what I was doing. I wasn't like, I'm making useful propaganda for people by making really like soft criticisms on cultural appropriation. I'm going to be really soft. Wear the kid gloves when I handle this and get really, I want everyone to be comfortable watching my videos. Baby, that's how you wind up as part of the alt-right pipeline. Listen to me. Listen, that might have sounded like a jump to some of y'all. Some of y'all would have been like, okay, I was with him until he just said that. No. That is how you wind up as part of the alt-right pipeline. You don't even gotta be making alt-right content. You just have to be a little bit concerned about the feelings of bigots. Just a little bit. And then all of a sudden, you helped funnel somebody along to watching Andrew Tate. That's how I feel personally. So I'm just like, oh, wow, that does suck that I did that, especially because I was literally just trying to protect myself and be the person that I thought I was raised to be, which is like not alienating to people, this, that, the other. But I was like, no, this should actually probably be pissing off a lot of you. I don't think anybody who has any sort of bigoted views should feel the least bit comfortable in my audience. You should feel very, very concerned and alienated. And like, this is not a good space for you. Because if it is a good space for you, and I'm part of a data set of like, yeah, I'm watching these crazy, awful creators, but I also watch D'Angelo, and he's a person of color, and he doesn't make me feel uncomfortable when he talks about things. You're using me as like a voice, a data point, a token. Chad, I was a lot of people's tokens. I really was in the beginning of my career. Anybody who's still here now, I don't really think that's the purpose I serve currently. I think we've all sort of grown together into my new style of content. But I hate to say this, I was definitely like the one black creator that much of my audience was watching. It's like, oh yeah, I watch all these weird people or fine people and decent people, and D'Angelo Wallace, who is very reasonable and level-headed, even when he talks about things like race. And I was okay doing that when I was younger, but now I'm just like, it's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me. I hope that I'm genuinely unwatchable. I want to be unwatchable. Someone said tokens get spent. I think we've gone for the better. Yeah, no, you don't want to be nobody's token on YouTube, brother. You don't want to be uploading the nicest, most patient explanations of why it's bad to be bad to other people. You don't want to do that. They finna start playing in your face. In your face. It's not a good thing. Someone said you grew out of your childhood people-pleasing structure and are learning to be yourself for your own self. That's incredible. I'm trying. Yeah, definitely people-pleaser energy for sure. And I don't know. That's also why, like, you get presented opportunities to grow. And you have to decide who you're going to be in that moment. Sorry, this sounds like really annoyingly cliche. But when I started getting these opportunities to grow and to be like, oh, I got to say who I really am in this moment, and I started taking them, I was like, this makes more sense. This makes more sense. I can just be really, 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 really clear instead of being wishy-washy and breaking it down for people. Yeah, they're gonna get it. Someone said, I don't want to be liked by people I don't like. No, for real. Character development. Yeah, no, that's the thing too. Is like, also, I feel like, and here's the thing where you can stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm trying to normalize this in commentary a little bit. There are a lot of amazing commentary creators who very much get into the meat and potatoes of things. I'm not actually saying I'm unique. That's not even close to being the case. What I'm saying is when it comes to like bigger commentary videos, I feel like in general, we as commentary creators tend to try to stay somewhat on the surface, because you do in the back of your mind think everyone's going to watch this video, and I don't just want to seem like I'm, ranting and raving against these things. There's not like too many commentary videos where you will click in and the creator's like, you actually are racist. You are. I don't have to justify it. And I don't have to say it's not a thing. I'm not going to get demonetized for calling you this. You can't actually... I think that's the thing is like people get really mad because like, oh my God, he's just going on and like calling people these things and facing no repercussions. No, I realize that. I actually am facing no repercussions. So I really hope that more commentary creators are like, hey, people have varying opinions on this one thing, and it's definitely important to me to highlight the varying opinions, but also half of the people talking about this are horrible people and are wrong. I want to bring some of that energy into commentary. Let's not be nice to everybody who we're talking about in our videos. There's no reason to do that. There's no reason to do that. Someone said let's be more blunt and honest in 2026. Yeah, no, I want that. I want that in commentary. Click into a video and someone being like, that thing that person did was misogynist, and that's why everybody hated it. Also, the person who did it knew it was that, so they were wrong. And I don't think this is good. Call it out. Put the video up. Move on with your life. They can't jump you. They can't jump you. They can't jump you. It's why I can't do the same thing before where it's like, you guys, people feel this way about this thing. And I'm just a creator. I'm just the commentary guy. I'll tell you how I feel. I want us to be wilder. I want us to be wilder. Please go harder. Call some of the stuff that you're sharing out as insane. It's finna help your content. You might be worried about pushing people away. No, it's gonna make your content work better. Because I feel like if I came back, that's this thing too. Someone say you're still live. No, I'm still live. Trust. If I came back with the same content I was doing before, y'all wouldn't realize it, but y'all would have stopped watching. I think that's the thing. Maybe not you specifically. But what I realized, I was like, something about my content is not clicking for me. The performance is great. I love the performance, but I was like, something about the position I occupy in the commentary sphere feels like it's rapidly being outdated. And if I continue operating under these parameters, I believe I will find myself 5 years from now wondering why no one watches my videos. And that's when I realized like, oh, D'Angelo, you're the rational guy. That's what it is. You're the nice guy. I was like, I can maintain my nuance while also just being more forthcoming about what I believe. Because I don't think it works anymore. It doesn't work anymore to be vague or for you to watch a video and not know what I believe. I once got a comment where I had criticized something or presented something and someone had said like, wow, I watched this whole video and I didn't even know which way he fell on this. I really appreciate that. Well, I don't anymore. Not anymore. So I was like, I don't want to get left behind as this weird, somewhat like rational, essay-ish commentary guy when I think I'm going to get further or build some more longevity for me if I start being more honest with people. That's how I feel. Someone says, especially under this administration, dude, you understand what I'm saying. Someone said Adulthood died in 2020. No, yeah, like now more than ever, I feel like there's no place for ambiguity. You still got to be a nuanced person. I personally believe like people liked my Wuthering Heights video because I think it was nuanced as hell. In my opinion, I'm really proud of that. I think out of all the videos that I've uploaded this year thus far, I really liked my 1-2 Wuthering Heights combo. But like I was still nuanced in that I was like, I understand why you would like this video or whatever. But if you had gotten this content for me in like 2023, 2, 1, I would have been like, oh yeah, Emerald Fennel, she's really upsetting people and I can see why. But no, I really had to be like, bro, she whack. She not it. I hate this. Why would you do this to Heathcliff? Why would you do this to my man? Someone said, no more ambiguity, be disruptive. No, for real. You can retain your nuance while being more forthcoming about your personal affiliations. That's what I didn't realize. I wasn't old enough to realize that. I never wanted to let go of my nuance because I do feel like that's one of my few edges on this platform. But I was like, well, how do I still be seen as having nuanced takes on things if I'm also just getting really animated and agitated and being like, oh, I hate this? Because multiple things can be true. I can put out a nuanced video, but also parts of that video can be categorically, undeniably critical of the thing that I'm saying. And that's just why I don't have very much sympathy for creators or celebrities who are like suffering under this new administration. And when I say administration, so I'm glad people in chat see what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, you see what I'm talking about. Like, remember earlier or my first video when I said commentary audiences have gotten dumber? They did. I still stand by everything I said in that video. But they've changed in other ways that I had to really take into account. It's not only that like a certain subset of commentary viewers are approaching things with less nuance. I believe the average commentary viewer has also changed. I personally, and I'm just telling you what I've seen, I've got the data, I've got the analytics, I've got all the thousands of comments I've been left. I watched your average commentary creator go from wanting what I would describe as surface level commentary to actually wanting to know what the person they're saying believes. I think there are too many people doing commentary now. When I was doing commentary and nobody really knew what I thought about anything, which I thought was awesome because that was the aesthetic I was purposely cultivating for myself. It didn't matter. Who else were you going to watch? There weren't that many commentary creators, honestly. Nowadays, where everybody has a commentary channel or whatever, you want to know why somebody is sharing this information with you. Why? Why did you make a video about Bad Bunny's Super Bowl? Why? You know what I mean? Like, how do you feel about the things that you're saying in this video? And someone said, I feel like that happens when you come into your own. When you're younger, it feels safe to live on the line about anything, but as you get older, it becomes uncomfortable on the inside. Yeah, no, for real. Like, it's really just, someone said our social spheres aren't asking for professional or academic unbiased essays with all these side tangents. Be loud, for real. That's how I feel. Be loud. That's how I feel. I think the thing is, like, your career, someone said, yes, I've been watching commentary since forever. I remember being 12 and drunk to your videos. Now there's so many commentary YouTubers and I don't know who to watch. I hate it. Someone said there's a deep sea of commentary channels now. My advice to all commentary creators right now, give up on your idea of how to write a beautiful, unnuanced, there's no such thing as, or not unnuanced, unbiased. There's no such thing as an unbiased video. Give up on your goal of running a commentary channel the way that I used to. Actually, wait, I'm gonna get really conceited. Chat, will you put up with conceited, D'Angelo, for a second? Okay, my message to commentary channels: stop copying my content from 5 to 7 years ago. A lot of y'all definitely watched my older videos. Now don't act goofy. I did not invent the video essay. I didn't invent the video essay, but I definitely brought a certain pizzazz to video essays a few years ago. Okay? I did change things a little bit, maybe 1%. Maybe 1%. A lot of y'all were very inspired by that 1% change. And I think a lot of the content that people are making nowadays, it reminds me of my content from 5 to 6 years ago. So I'm like, oh, they caught up to me. They caught up to me. What do you do when people catch up to you, but you were that guy, but you're always that guy? What do? You can't get mad. I can't be like, oh, now everybody knows how to make a 1 hour and 6 minute video essay, and y'all are uploading thousands of these every single day. I can't get mad at that. That's not what people do when you actually are setting the trends. I was like, I need to evolve into something that is more difficult for y'all to replicate. I didn't realize. Listen, I worked real hard on these. I did not actually think we would get to a point where your average commentary video would be as long as the video essays I was making, and everybody has like good research and great editing and amazing writing and all these things and stuff like that. So I was like, I could sit here and complain that people are like now watching everybody and it's not as easy for me to stand out, or I could really be on that Pokemon timing and just evolve into the next version. So now everybody's like yakking it up with their long video essays, which I still love me a long video essay, and I'm still going to make them. I'm working on one for later this year. But I was like, y'all were showing me what you can do with the receipts, but what can you do with the personality? What can you do with the personality? Can you generate a cohesive video out of a live stream? I didn't do it today. I've just been ranting about different things, but I was like, can you be so real in your videos that people actually genuinely feel like these are your real thoughts and opinions and not just things that you wrote down? Because chat, everything that y'all been getting on this channel, these have just been my real thoughts and opinions off the dome. If I ever said anything that stuck with you in a video in the past however many months, I thought of it off the top of my head. So I'm like, I know how to be this, and this has a purpose, but I think this is a horrible format for talking about racism or misogyny or, you know, phobias or like people doing the wrong thing. That's what I used to use it for. I prefer this for niche things now. Personally, I prefer to get your really, really, really long video essay type content about, I'm trying to think of an example. I can't even think of an example off the top of my head. Oh, you know, like Defunct Land. I love me some Defunct Land. That's a great channel. I can't spell anything. Give me a long, oh god, 4 hours. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. Give me a long video where you have to explain to me a whole scenario from jump, like A to B to C. There are definitely still topics that deserve that level of scrutiny. For sure. I believe that. I genuinely do. But like, let's say, what are some of the things that I've talked about recently? When was the last time I actually talked about an influencer? Oh, it was the dude with his dog. Okay, so I realize now, and I've talked about this before on stream, but like, broski fake kidnapping his dog, which by the way has now made it into Vanity Fair. He's now made it into Vanity Fair. For this exact story about how he kidnapped his dog. And I read this. I read this. I was like, wouldn't it just be better content if it was just me saying this thing happened and I don't have to dramatize it? This guy is whack and this is not good. And it does represent a sort of influence or whatever. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to be authentic about where I'm bringing my smoke and energy. Someone said H Bomber Guy. No, that's a great example of good content where I'm like, I understand why this was a video essay. H Bomber Guy, which by the way, he needs to come back. But you know what's really funny? I've been telling myself I don't have to post on my main channel. If H Bomber Guy can get away with not posting for 2 years, so can I. I'm not posting anything until H Bomber Guy posts anything. So just kidding. But every now and then I do go to his channel and I'm like, oh wow, 2023, which was around the time that I uploaded my last video. Say it was later in 2024. I was like, oh, he's still not back yet. I don't have to do that. It's when he comes back that I'm going to be like, oh god, H Bomber Guy beat me to an upload. Okay, I'm going to have to fix that. But until then, catch me on my third channel. catch me on my third channel. Someone said ContraPoints. No, ContraPoints is another example of like I was trying to do here ContraPoints. I was trying to do like this really often, like really long, cool content. It's funny because a lot of her videos wouldn't even be considered that long now. Oh no, they've definitely gotten longer. I was like, yeah, I want to be the guy doing video essays like more frequently. This is hilarious. You're getting some real deep thoughts here from me. I was like, I want to put ContraPoint style content out, or H-Bomber Guy style content, but I want to do so at a rate that surprises people. What I've since realized, this content is so hard to make. Listen. I can prove that I'm not just being an annoying influencer about it, because I'm still working. When I stop my video essays, I still work. You see me right here working, and I'm sure these people are working as well. Jenny Nicholson is a great example. How we feeling about Jenny Nicholson in chat? Because personally, I'm feeling like all of her content is fire. Anything that I've ever seen. I wanted to be like, yeah, it's going to be like if Jenny Nicholson was dropping like deep dive explorations of things, but like multiple times a year. That's what I wanted to do. So I said, try being an influencer for a day. Yeah, no. Like, I was really like, I'm going to do it more often. And then I realized, wait, this content is so hard to make. It's actually difficult. And it's not because the individual videos may take a while. It's just like putting yourself in the headspace. We can go back to H-Bomber Guy as an example. Putting yourself in the headspace, plagiarism and you. Of like what it takes to actually write about one thing for let alone an hour. But like, and I know like some people get help editing their videos, this, that, the other, but it doesn't change the fact that like you finish this and it's like, I don't want to move on into the next topic yet. I'm trying to gather my thoughts to figure out what even he dropped one of the greatest videos about plagiarism on the entire internet. What are you supposed to do after that? Well, continue doing other things, I'm sure. But that's the kind of I'm starting to feel with video essay content where I'm like, why am I trying to scale everything up into the longest video anyone has ever seen just so I can outdo myself and have crazy research and be the most exhaustive and stuff like that? I was like, someone said Kenny JD. Oh my god, I love Kenny JD's videos. If I'm gonna do that, I should definitely save it for crazy town topics where I have a lot to say, and I'm not just doing this because that's the aesthetic I cultivated for myself. And if that means I don't have anything to post, I should not post. Someone said 30-page script for a video that long and detailed. What? Wait. Whose script do you think was 30 pages? H-Bomber Guy? That was a lot more than 30 pages. That was a lot more than 30 pages. Or maybe you're talking about someone else. But I'm telling you right now, y'all never seen one of my scripts, have you? Here, let me show you one of my scripts right now. Here's my script for Caroline Calloway. This has it's still counting on the bottom. 23, 25, 26. It has so many pages. YouTube or OneDrive hasn't loaded them all. It has. Okay. It appears to have 41 pages. And that video was a fraction. Oh, no. 78 pages. Oh, 81? Oh, it just actually keeps going. Oh, it just keeps going. Okay. We're at 70, 81, 82, 83, 84. Oh, 91 pages. That was a 91-page script. That was 31,000 words of content, chat. I wrote this. Actually, the blue text, I didn't write. That's the content that I insert. But what some of y'all may not know is for my written content, I also consider the content I'm reacting to be part of my video script. So I have to take apart. Let's see. Where's the part where Caroline's talking? Here's Caroline saying, I wish that I'd spent my time in these beautiful castles healthier. And then there's me, D'Angelo, saying she traces a lot of her issues back to her beginnings. Yes, the fantasy books and the big dreams are there, but that didn't mean she had the happiest childhood. And then I let Caroline take it back. It was not a very castle-y beginning. I had a very mentally ill, unstable father who was also a genius but had rage problems. I say, in fact, in many ways, her dreams were a reaction to the fact that she wasn't always... And like, to even be able to pull Caroline's clips like this for content, that was because initially I went back in. God, I'm just thinking back about it. I'm like, why did I do that? Listen to, I don't remember how many hours of content it was. Actually, I think I say it right here. Let me see. Hours. I went through 14 hours worth of her. I went through 14 hours of Caroline Calloway talking. 14 hours of interviews and documentaries, 2 different books. And that's not even counting however many like articles and posts and stuff. And then I actually process that information. I write it down, what it said. This is exactly what Caroline said. And I put that in my script to make sure that everything I say is accurate. And I'm not like, because a lot of times if you're not that careful, you're going to let details slip. You get this weird slippage of accuracy where you thought something was accurate when you're reacting to it, but you're so far removed from the context. I keep everything in its original context when I react to it for the most part. And yeah, no, dang, man. And that's why someone said, oh, this is a job. No, like it is a job. and that is why I slowed down a little bit with the video essays. I think that's just for Foreign's here. What to do? Where he at? I don't even see him. Hey, wait, Foreign, you good? Where you go? That's fire. Foreign's here while I'm complaining about video content. That's not good, because now I just sound, all he does on these streams is complain. That's what Foreign's gonna go back and tell his people. I hopped on his stream and he was just complaining. Someone said the college work ethic came in clutch. Yeah, no, here's the other thing that I do. Since we're here, I want to show you the Andrew Tate thing that I had to do as well. Andrew Tate. It's a pretty good script that I had. It's a pretty good thing that I had for that. Okay, so it depends on what style. Foreign said the chat's moving so fast I can't keep up. Sorry, Foreign, that's just how it is over here. How do you think I feel? I'm over here trying to react and everybody's like, no. For those of you who don't know, I collaborated with Foreign recently and it was a good video. Listen, he made me look so good in that video. Foreign Fridays. I already told you all about this video. Videos. Where we at? Oh, wow. He was like, you've been posting. You've been posting. Okay, so there's hella videos since then, but this is us right here talking about, you're like, why does that say diarrhea of an incel? We're talking about diarrhea of a CEO and just the verbal diarrhea. He's spreading all this weird stuff on his podcast. That video was fire. We were actually talking for 4 hours. But anyways, we put all the best bits in here and it was great. It was great. Okay, so what I was saying about Andrew Tate though, I gotta check and see if I actually have the right. Okay, wait, my OneDrive is acting up to where I can't even open this. Hold on, chat, pray for me. He's trying to make a point, but it's not working. Oh, okay, it's working now. So, oh, I deleted all my assets. Okay, never mind. I don't have any more assets for this Andrew Tate video. But what I want you to know is what I typically do. Do you see these green thingies? Right here. These green sequence, intro, image, an influencer, image, a business person, image, an inmate, VFX, black and white, you know what I mean? Zoom cut, image, VFX, flames overlay, sound effects, rock sting, image, previous vid, sequence, previous vid. All of these things, video, sponsor integration. We can skip the sponsor. They only paid me once. I'm not promoting them again. Image, tenant one. Like, these are also things that I collect and catalog, and for some of my videos I'll even edit them so that they all have like the same aesthetic or whatever. And yeah, just going on and on. Look at all that green on the right. These are also things that I tend to do for my video essay content, mostly because I don't trust y'all to edit my videos all the time. I really don't. I think like I could send somebody all of these pictures and I'm like, oh, here's him talking about leaving for Romania, and here's him breaking it down, this, that, the other. Here's the image of him and his brother. Oh, put it in right there. Here's this, that, the other. But I was like, it's so much easier for me to just do everything myself. And so, yes, I write everything. This was a 69-page script. Haha. 22,000 words. I collect everything, every single little bit of whatever is scripted, and hey, it's a vibe. Like, it comes out good, you know what I mean? But that's why I just be like, I don't know, chilling on this channel now. Does that make sense, chat? That's why I just be chilling on this channel. I definitely get questions about like, D'Angelo, the video essays. We love your video essays. And I'm like, me too. I also love a video essay, but do I love writing a 22,000 word, 69-page script with several hundred custom assets that have all been fitted to the screen while going... If I do it, I'm going to save it for a good occasion. But I have like so much smoke for everybody. So when I see posers and I see a poser like Jelly Roll, and I'm like, this dude is a poser, I'm presented with two options, chat. This is my life every day. Try being an influencer for a day. I can either sit here and be like, okay, here is your 22,000 page script about why I think Jelly Roll is kind of whack. Or I could be like, you know what? Let me get my outline together so that people see my key points. But I'm finna sit right here. I'm finna sit right here on my computer and just show you. I'm not going to edit this into a video essay because I would be making the same point with like twice as much, 3 times, 10 times orders of magnitude more work. So I believe in doing work, but like, this is also work, you know? People call it, someone said I'm streaming past the mark. Yeah, I don't know why this is a 5-hour stream, but people call it like slop. I get hit with the slop allegations a lot. Anybody who makes content more than once a week essentially gets hit with like slop. I think that was one of the things Caleb Hammer said, of like, you're uploading slop, which is fine, I guess. But I'm like, that's one way of looking at it. Personally, I believe like slop is AI. I think that's the only content I describe as slop. But like, yes, I put real, someone said work smarter, not harder. No, seriously, like, if somebody wants to make an argument for why every single video that I've been talking about recently should have been a more like deeply researched video essay with nuanced points, I don't think I believe it. I think the vast majority of topics that I have are not that serious, if we're being for real. Like, there's no video essay in me about these things. There really isn't. Reading chat. Someone said I'm not complaining about an extra hour, but take a break, D'Angelo. You're on that grind. Streaming is like, I don't know. I love streaming. I used to stream for 6 hours. This is the old me. This is the old me. I used to stream for 6 hours at a time. With no issue. No, I had issues. It wasn't good. So 5 hours, I'm like, that's light work. That's light work. Someone said, I need to go to sleep, but I can't click away. No, I understand. I'm magnetic. But yeah, no, I took an extra 41 minutes to essentially explain things. And you know what? Someone said, are you gay? No. Now ask me if I'm straight. No. Now ask me if I'm bi. No. Now ask, I'm nothing. That's what I am. Like, I'm sorry for, or I guess I'm not sorry so much as like, this is all really new for me. This is all really new for me. Maybe like 6 months from now, I will go and give more structured streams if that works better for people. But like, I keep waiting for it to not work. Someone said it's been a great stream. No, thank you. Like, it keeps working. I don't know. Like, I think people just want someone to virtually hang out with for a little bit. Just a few minutes. I think like it doesn't even always have to be a video essay. If I could be the guy who made that video essay that you like, or I could just be the dude who you clicked into a stream for a few minutes, like, is working for me and I keep getting good content out of it. I don't think my actual video viewers understand how ridiculous, how ridiculously unstructured all of my live streams have been. I think they probably think like, oh, he must really be doing the most. No, he's not doing anything, but I'm having fun. And I don't know, it's great. Sometimes I experienced ego death during the stream. Well, let's go through a list of what I've done and then I'll log off. I talked a little bit about political content and taking breaks from political content. I told you all a little bit about some of my past videos and why that led to me having a little bit of burnout today, because it was so much Maga stuff and I was really over the Maga stuff. I talked a little bit about, I know I say Maga instead of Maga, and I know that that's a pain point for some of you. Well, no one has ever like said it was a bad thing, but people are like, why does he say Maga that way? Because even in my heart of hearts, I try to provide a little color. Maga is a horrible name. Maga, at least, it rolls off the tongue better. And I say it like that accidentally. I think, I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I grew up in San Antonio. I'm like M-A-G-A Maga. But no, anyways, we've been talking about Maga nonsense, Maga too much. Someone said hellbound lesbians. That's right. That's right. We talked about dating and relationship advice and what to do when your family is being homophobic or whatever. I got real deep about how actually sometimes cutting your family off to save yourself from trauma can be its own source of trauma. We talked a little bit about like cultural things, cancer, and how it's not an excuse to cheat on people, which should not be a hot take. We talked about, I don't know, gifted kid nonsense or whatever. A little bit of ace discourse in there too. And then you got to see some behind the scenes of my video scripts and stuff. So someone said Maga means full and Nigerian. Is that true? Even just the idea that that could be true, I'm never going to pronounce it correctly ever again. Never. Someone said the duality of Prudence. Yeah, we had multiple plot twists in this one stream. Like the plot twist of we thought this dude found a sugar baby, or sugar mama, I guess, but he was going to be a sugar baby, but then it turns out he was paying for everything. These are real moments. We looked at $2,000 outfits on this stream. $2,000 outfits. Someone said Prudence being too forced to the whole stream. Yeah, we got really stuck on the Prudence stuff. $2,000 outfits. We talked about fashion and tattoos, and I'm like, this is what I have always wanted on the internet. Just somebody who was really being real. Being actual real. Someone said this is why I hate missing your streams. You always talk about interesting stuff. It's okay. Don't worry. You miss a stream, I'll try to make the next one just as interesting. Just as interesting. And look, someone said it wasn't really Ace Discourse, just talking about aloe nonsense. Yeah, it wasn't Discourse. It was just me saying like, are the aloes okay? That's what it was mostly. And they're fine. They'll be okay. But yeah, no, like I wouldn't have it any other way. Someone in the stream did the heavy lifting this Saturday. Yeah, you got all my takes. Oh, and then you also got some horrible takes to stream. Didn't I say? I said like, oh yeah, Harry Potter tattoos look super dope. Out of context. There was a lot of context that excused that. What else did I say during the stream? I think I started hyping up Stephen Hawking without realizing he was in the Epstein files, according to my chat. I was like, yeah, I would wear a Stephen Hawking t-shirt. Where are you gonna find? Someone said that's why I still watch the VODs. Where are you gonna find all of this happening on one live stream? I'm literally skipping along from topic to topic, either being deeply knowledgeable about the things I'm talking about or completely stupid. And it's so funny. Some said Stephen Hawking wasn't a saint. That's what chat told me. They literally said he was in the files. So before me knowing that, I was like, yeah, I love Stephen Hawking. His science stuff, so cool. I would wear a t-shirt with his... And that's why I do some of these things live. Again, I don't know if that was true. Just as this is what people were saying. He might not be in there. I saw a lot of people say it though, so I'm going to Google it. And Steven, if that's not true, I'm sorry. But if it's not true, why is everyone saying you're in the files? You know what? I can't leave it there. Why was everyone saying he was in the files? Chat, I am keeping up with these revelations, but I definitely am not following every single person that is mentioned in them, because it's literally so many. I didn't even have to put you know who. He's coming up. Oh nah, he's coming up. Someone said the tattoo discourse was dope. Thank you. Yeah, why is he coming up? He was mentioned in passing among a list of other individuals. Okay, that's the AI answering though. I need like actual... because I can't end the stream saying Stephen Hawking was actually in the mentioned in passing and not accused of wrongdoing. Someone said you should trust us. All I'm saying is, chat, please just don't let me be wrong. You do have to understand, I, with a platform, can't read, oh, this person was in the files, and then repeat it without checking it, and then end my live stream. Super irresponsible. I do have to at least verify it, just because I don't know. But it does definitely seem like you're correct. He was totally mentioned in there. That is accurate. So the oh god, yeah, I see people saying like hundreds of times or whatever. I don't know the truth or whatever, but I had to look that up. But yeah, no, I can't repeat everything that I hear, because then you in the stream, D'Angelo Wallace accuses this person of being here because he didn't verify it on the live stream, and then it's over for me. It's curtains. Dunzo. So that's why I always do say, is that true? If that's true, that's bad. And I hope when I say that doesn't sound invalidating to you guys. It's mostly just because I'm like, I cannot signal boost misinformation on this live stream, or I essentially turn into the people that I hate the most. I hate people who will just see something that's true, repeat it on a giant platform, and be like, wow, that's crazy, guys. Did you know this? You didn't know this. Google it. Anyways, I'm leaving. Please do your own research on Stephen Hawking. It sounds like there's a lot there.